All right, we are live. All right, get some music on here. All right, what's going on, everybody? This is Brian, and welcome back to the Tech Stack Playbook, your guide to apps, software, and tech, but in a fun way, I promise. All right, so we have an absolutely epic build today. So what we're going to be doing is building a serverless quote generator. What we're going to do is we're going to have a front end in NextJS and TypeScript, and then we are going to call an AWS Lambda function. And what that Lambda function is going to do is it's going to run a script that's going to generate an image for us. It's going to be a quote card. We're going to pass that back from the cloud into our application. And then TypeScript is going to decode it for us. So I'm pretty excited about this. I've wanted to know how to do a lot of this type of stuff for like quite a while. So I figured, like I use Figma, Photoshop, maybe use Canva, maybe these different design tools. So why not try to figure out how to do this actually in a server? So that's what I thought would be kind of fun as a project, and also learning how to really flex cloud skills, building that full stack cloud developer approach. So let's get into it. And I'm just going to check on YouTube to see if we are live. All right, I'm just gonna mess around with the screen a little bit just to see if I can get it a little bit more crisp. I'm also gonna just add a little bit of light, be like a spotlight. Okay, this looks so much better. All right, there we go. So you can let me know in the chat if you can hear this, if the music sounds good. Just gonna put this up a little bit. Oh, wow, we had just a bunch of people join. Okay, this is cool. All right, how's it going, everybody? Welcome back to the Tech Playbook, your guide to apps, software, and tech, but in a fun way, I promise. We're going to be building an absolutely epic project. I have wanted to know how to do this for quite a while and figured, why not turn this into a weekend project and see how to build it. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to be building a serverless inspirational quote generator. How this is going to work is we have a really slick, nice front end. We're going to then click a button. It's going to call an AWS Lambda function. The Lambda function is going to execute a Node.js script. It's going to take a random quote from ZenQuotes API. It's going to then put that into a custom SVG with a random background. We're then going to basically composite this photo together, export that as something called a base 64 encoded string, and then we're going to decode that in TypeScript on the front end side. And I'll diagram this out so that you can see it, but I think this is like a super epic project if you really wanted to learn how to build full stack cloud and learn how to call a server, have it do something, have it interact also with your front end. So I'm super excited to be building a project like this. I think this is really, really, really cool for any sort of project that, you might want to have in your portfolio, or you might want to bring this into, your own company and build this sort of serverless image generation process. And you see this a lot with preview images. If you've ever seen those, websites, you share a preview image and it's an image that's custom to maybe a profile or a user. So, how do you actually do that? So we're going to actually learn how to do that with JavaScript. All right. So without further ado, let's get started. So I do just want to show you the app running. So I'm going to bring this up. All right. Super cool. So this is our project, and also I think this is really cool with the glowing background. So yeah, I just think this is looking super cool. I'm just gonna just remove the errors there just so you can see. All right, cool. So, obviously, we got our, front end here. So I'll just walk you through this. So this is a button that's going to immediately call an AWS Lambda function. It's then going to run this script and then call back a basically like this base 64 encoded string, which I'll get to in a sec. Also, you have here under quotes generated. So every time that this Lambda function runs, or every time that it executes, it's going to be incrementing +1 to this counter. It's a DynamoDB object. So where we're going to be able to, use a database, we're going to be calling this specific element of this DynamoDB object. And then that's the data that we get in real time. So as we generate a quote, this number will increase. And then, obviously like a footer, but you can be able to put your name there. So I'll just show you how this works. So when we make a quote, it's going to load, basically it's going to generate this script in the background. And then when it shows in the front end, you see this crazy string, right? So this is a base 64 encoded string. So what we're going to be doing here is we're going to be taking this string and we're going to be turning it into a photo. So that's actually kind of cool, because when you think about an image, you think of an image as just like a physical file, but an image can also just be, text, or it could be a script. So this is the image that is this. So when we hover over it, we have this really slick on hover animation. And then this is where we're able to get that script. And then you'll also notice every time that we run this script, it's going to increment +1 to the number. So we just saw there that it went from 37 to 38. And we got, a quote by Thomas Edison. Let's go back, generate another quote. Should generate to 39, and it did. And we can also download this quote if we wanted to. So this is a cool way if you wanted to actually download the file to your computer, or you could literally just copy this and then put it into a website. So I'll actually show you that this is a real, photo. So, obviously this is here. If I copy it, if I wanted to tweet it, I could do copy, paste, and then that's right there. Let's say that we wanted to do another one. So we'll do another quote, and I'll just show you that this is doing this again. Got Isaac Newton. We do another one. This one, let's add this one. So then if I wanted to make a tweet, then we have that there. So let's just say we are live on the Tech Stack YouTube channel, and we just made these images. AWS Cloud, Lambda, and TypeScript. And let's add, cloud emoji because we like cloud emojis. Okay, cool. And then we'll just do a hashtag because we like hashtags. All right, sweet. So obviously these are real photos. Obviously, we would need to show that they're real photos. So go to profile. And then check this out. So these are real photos that we just generated. And they're pretty high quality too. So this is really how our project is going to look. And I'll also diagram this out just so that we can kind of see what's going on, because it's sort of can look a little bit simple, but there's quite a lot that's happening in the background. So I'm going to get my whiteboard. So I'll actually kind of show you like this. Actually, I'll diagram it maybe. Background. That might just be a little bit easier to see. So I'm going to use. Okay. So we have our app, right? And I always think that diagramming out is always the right thing to do before you ever build an application, because before you start building anything, you should sort of think about what do you actually want to do? How do you actually want to build it out? So this is where I think this will save you a lot of time in the long run. And it'll also help you make sure that you understand how the parts connect together or find out where there might be gaps. So this is our app and we're right here. Give a little smiley face because we're excited to code. So this app, so what we're going to do is when we hit that button that's going to say generate, or make a quote, we're then going to go into the cloud. I'll use a different color here. So let's use orange. So where this is the cloud, so we're going to call something called AWS Lambda. And what Lambda has is a Node.js script. So the way that this works is that when you call this AWS Lambda function, it's then going to run this script. We're going to use a couple of tools, but mainly Sharp, which is a language, or it's an open source framework for creating images. And I was actually using GIMP, I think that's how you say it, or like JMP. It's another JavaScript package, but I thought that Sharp was much easier to use. So that's why I went with Sharp with Node.js. And when you run your Node.js script, you're going to use this package. You're going to basically take this, this open source package, and then we're also going to use ZenQuotes API. So ZenQuotes has an awesome API for fetching a random quote. So what we do is that we basically package this up, and then we're going to put this all in something called an SVG. And then that SVG is going to be turned into a base 64 encoded string. So when we get this string, that's that huge set of characters that I saw. So that we saw earlier. So this SVG gets turned into this string, and then we'll take this and we'll run this back into our application, and then we're going to use TypeScript. So TypeScript to decode this image, and then that's how you're actually able to get an output of none other than a PNG file. So that's when you actually get the photo, and then this is like the part at the end that you're like, oh, I did it. I got the image. So we're going to be doing this, and a framework that I've sort of adopted when building a lot of backend scripting. So I'll build, the app. So we're going to use NextJS. And then something that I'll do also is like, so you build this in, VS Code. But then let's say that we, have a script. So let's say that we're, maybe doing, Node.js or something like that, which we'll be doing later. So I've been using Replit a lot for that type of backend environment. So you sort of, it's called deconstructionism, and I really like this approach. It's sort of taking pieces apart and then doing them independently of each other. And then when we do cloud, this of course is AWS. So there's sort of those three different elements here. So 1, 2, 3. Those three elements that are going to be at play here as we build our project. So I'm going to get rid of this, and let's get into our build. All right, so I'm just going to boot up some stuff. Okay, cool. All right, so now we are gonna go. Okay, so to kind of get started, I'm just gonna pull up the NextJS framework documentation just so that you guys can see that. So I think it's really helpful to just, show also the docs just so that, it's easy to see. So you can go to nextjs.org, and these are the documentations that have been created by Vercel. And I'm just gonna boot up the music just a little bit. Okay, cool. So when we are building our project, something that we're going to want to do is, obviously check out the docs and make sure that nothing's updated. Sometimes they'll, push breaking changes. So we just want to make sure that we don't miss those. And I do want to make sure that we got music back. Okay, cool. Yeah, I was like wondering where did the music go? So now we're going to be checking out these docs. So this is like pretty standard for Next.js. I do just want to find the TypeScript one. So we're going to be basically using this script. Something that I'm going to do just before I start a project is pulling up GitHub. So what I really like to do is being able to commit to different branches, and you'll see why the branches are really important, when we actually push to GitHub. So I'm just going to start that up on my other window. And when we make a repository, so you'll obviously need a GitHub account. So you go to github.com and then you create a new repository. So I'll show you how that's going to work. So when we're over here, so we'll name this inspirational quote generator. Yeah. So this, and then we're gonna say this is our epic inspirational quote generator project running on AWS and TypeScript. So we're going to leave this as private. I'll show you why in a little bit. But anyways, we're going to be able to make this, you could make it private if you were like using open source project, but kind of for like personal projects, you might just want to have it as private and then run a CI/CD workflow in GitHub to AWS, which, I'll get to in a little bit. But anyways, we'll create this repository. It's in our personal account here. And then what we're going to do is that we're going to set this up in our GitHub desktop client. So you could obviously use this with, with your Git client, but I personally like GitHub desktop because I think it's really easy. So we're going to go with that approach. And I'm going to just pull that up in a second. So when you say set up in desktop, that's where you're going to be able to import that from GitHub, and then we'll set this up. And I'm going to put this in my TechStack playbook folder. I'm going to make a new folder called Inspirational Quote Generator YouTube, and then we'll put that in there. And then as soon as we clone it, we're going to be able to do that. So this is what GitHub Desktop looks like. So you'll see that there's a main branch, and this is our project. And then as we push code to GitHub, you'll see that this will be important to have this as a part of the project. So something that we can do really fast is open in Visual Studio Code. And then as soon as we do that, it's going to auto-populate this in VS Code. Obviously, I trust myself. And just make sure that you put this in like a a place where you'll be able to find it really easily later. But yes, trust the authors. I certainly trust myself. So what we're going to do is we're going to put this up here, and we're going to use this one. So we're going to copy it. And if you want to just pull up a script, a terminal window here. So I'm just using Control and then the tilde button. So we'll do this, we'll copy, we'll paste. And then what we're going to do is that we're going to run this script that's going to run, make the Next.js project. We'll hit enter. So I'm just pull this up, and I'm going to actually boost this up just so you can see the text. So what we're going to do, we're going to call this Inspirational quote generator. And we'll use yes, lint. We use this. I'm just going to use the defaults. So yes, and then would you like to experiment with the app? We'll say no. What import alias? Just do the defaults, and then it's going to auto-populate this project for us, and it's going to start auto-building all this great stuff. And we're actually going to take this out of this folder and then drop it back a folder. So I'll show you how to do that in just a second. All right, sweet. So we have this back up, which is awesome. So now it's run, and we have all the different elements that we would want. So I'm just going to take these, and I'm going to take them, bring them out of folder, say move, and then I'll just delete this folder because we don't need it anymore. It's trash. So now that we have GitHub Desktop, we're going to see all of these different elements that we're, it's tracking basically all of our Git history, which is awesome. And this is exactly, what we're looking for. So that's great. So now what I want to do is I want to actually run this project. So I'm going to actually stop my other project, and then I'll be able to run localhost with this project. Okay, cool. So now this is running. We'll stop this. All right, cool. So now I'm going to do npm run dev, and that's the command to then start this project. It's going to create this, build cache project just so that it's easier to rebuild the project each time. And we'll refresh. Cool. I love the Next.js 13 UI for the template. It looks so clean. So what we're going to do is we're going to do some housekeeping. So basically why we do this is we want to make sure that, we can kind of start a little bit from scratch. There's going to be a bunch of stuff that we actually really won't need anymore. So I'm just going to push that down. So, we have our pages, we have this. Actually, I almost don't want it like that. I kind of want to redo this actually. So let's let's break this down for a sec. I'm going to move this to the trash. We're going to redo this again because I want to make sure that it will. It's so inspiration. Yes, lint. Let's use source folder. I'm gonna say no. Then would you like to use experiment with this? I'm gonna say no, and then import alias. We'll just do that. Oh, hopefully that works. I must have. Yeah, there we go. Okay, this is so much easier. I just like this because it's like the pages is on the same level as public. It just kind of makes it a little bit easier, in my opinion. But obviously, you don't necessarily have to do that. I just like it kind of all in the same thing. We're going to actually use source when we put everything in GraphQL, but I don't really necessarily like to have the specific pages. I like them to sort of be more top level, but this is more of just a personal preference. So we're going to do that same thing again. We're going to take this and drag it out. We'll move. And now we got this there. Okay, sweet. So we're going to run this again. So npm run dev. This music's kind of edgy, I like it. All right, cool. So let's try to refresh that one more time. cool. Oh, I think as we're his from a full reload. Let's redo that again. Cool. Okay, yeah, if you ever see that, just, restart the server and then it should be good to go. Okay, cool. So we're gonna keep this open, and I'm actually gonna do a little bit of housekeeping here. So we're gonna put the code on here, and then I think that'll actually be easier because I'm on the right side. So I just want to make sure that you guys can see the code as we're building it out. And I'm gonna make this a little bit more vertically stacked. Okay, cool. So something that we're gonna do just right off the bat is get rid of these this home script. So we actually don't need these styles. So we're gonna remove them, and then it's gonna complain that we got rid of that. So let's just make sure that we go into our pages. We'll go to the index file, and then we're just gonna get rid of this line. And it's gonna complain that like all the styles aren't there. But we can actually just get rid of main. So I'm just gonna go to main and then hold down shift, go backwards, and then we'll get rid of that. So now there's nothing here. So we're gonna be starting literally from scratch. This is gonna be awesome. So in our global styles, there's gonna be some stuff that we are going to be, so we're basically gonna be cutting all of that. We're gonna copy in these elements here. So you're probably wondering, like, where did all this code come from? So the import URLs are from fonts, so Google fonts. And I'll actually show you where those actually come from. Google fonts. You can actually use whichever fonts you want. These were just ones that were open sourced and available. So when we go to a font, right, when you click on one of them, so if you clicked on this Roboto, it's like a very popular font, and we go down here, we want to add it to a project. So if we selected that, put that to the right, that's going to then start as selected family. So this is the selected family. So if you wanted to import this, for example, such as into a project like ours, it literally gives you that style import CSS injection. So we can literally just copy that import statement, and then that's what you see in the code here. So that's where we have import URL is this one. So I have the permanent marker, I have caveat, and I have caveat this. So I'll drop those. I'm gonna make a blog post and I'll put all of these links in there. But if you wanted to, be fancy, you could kind of go to fonts.google.com right now and select different fonts, and then you'd be able to import those directly. And then what we're doing here is that there's going to be basically zero padding and zero margin with a border box around the entire application. So this is a wildcard for everything in the application for all styles. So this is a great way for you to be able to define all of the styles in your application all at once. And this is from the global CSS file, so that's important to know that that's why we're doing that. Cool. So we're going to save this. This probably isn't going to do very much in our application other than just like it's a white screen here. So now we want to start out building this type of stuff. So what we're going to do is we're going to our pages. And something that I'm going to start doing is I want to be able to start adding in some of the style components and basically build out our front-end framework for how we're going to be building. So once we start that up, we're going to be basically, I have this in my Notion, but I'll walk you through all these types of elements. So we're going to be building with TypeScript and with NextJS. So we want to leverage, the greatest and best of building JavaScript. So we're going to be importing a framework called styled components, and we're also be using a library called Material UI. There's a component which will be a modal, which you'll see in a little bit, that we're going to be importing from Material UI, which I really like. And then we also are going to be importing some icons. So it's going to be emotion.react, emotion.styled, and then MUI icon material, MUI material, React Spring, and then styled components. So as soon as we start importing these, we just do npm-i, and then it's going to start adding these to our project. So we'll just wait for these to load and do this thing. Okay, cool. All right, so it looks like we got it all set up. So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna start actually building out our project. And something that we're gonna have to do, so we're gonna have to do a few custom configurations. I really like styled components, and hopefully by the end of this, you can see why I really like it. If you know about building in Lego blocks, you can think about building front-end projects as you don't need to do div or button or li, or you can create custom elements that have a name. It's really easy to replicate them throughout the application, throughout the project, but then also being able to just repeat and make sure that the styles are consistent. Anytime that you edit something in your application, you'll be able to then repeat that or replicate that however you'd like. So again, I really like that type of framework. I think it's really great. So hopefully you'll like it too, and you can see why I use it for all of my projects. So something that we're going to immediately need to do is create a custom Babel script. So we're going to call it BabelRC. That's going to be in the root folder, and we're going to copy this, paste it. So what we're doing is we're doing a presets here with next Babel. And then for plugins, we're using the styled components with, server-side rendering is true, and then display name is true. So this is going to help us see in the front end all of the styles, as opposed to it creating its own styled components, ID number. We're going to be able to have it name the elements exactly as they are, which is pretty cool. So that's that. Then something else that we're going to need to do is also install exactly what we're using. So I'm going to write this here. So we're going to be installing the types for styled components, and then also the Babel plugin styled components. And then we're going to save those to the dev dependencies. So where that's going to show up is here. So if you think about it, these are all of the dependencies for the project, and then the dev dependencies aren't really important for the build for the project, but it's more as we're developing it. So this is important to see as we're coding it. And then obviously for types, we need to make sure that, as we're developing it, these are, hard typing and making sure that it's not seeing a styled component as something that it's not. So that's something that we need to do. So then as we add the BabelRC configuration file, that's all well and good. Then in our next config file, we're going to need to do quite a bit. So I'm going to copy and paste all of this here. And then I'll walk you through basically all the stuff that we are doing. So this is overriding the next config elements with certain things. So React strict mode is false, just so that it doesn't overwrite things continually. For the compiler, we're using styled components with the display name of true. The top level import paths is empty array. This file name says index. I think that's kind of a funny name. CSS prop is true. Namespace is that, and then minify is false. Transpile this, and then true is false. So these are all the things that we're going to need, or we're probably going to need to regenerate our server at a certain point. But at least for right now, we should be good. And then I do want to see if, actually, I'm going to restart the server just because we need to see that. Yeah, so I think it's going to say that next font requires src. So now we need to go into index, and there's no reason for us to be importing this anymore, and we're not using that. So as we save, I need to do a full refresh reload. So I'll do that again. So we can run dev, and then shouldn't see anything here. Okay, cool. And then let's just do for a sanity check. Let's do div. We'll say, hey there, tech stack playbook. Oh, all right, so we got some code here. So we're able to see now that this is working. So that's great. And yeah, so we'll get rid of that. But just we wanted to see, if it's working, which it is, and that's awesome. So now what we want to do is we want to use this glassomorphic effect. So there's this website that I absolutely love. It's Hype4 Academy, and they have a glassomorphic generator. So when we have that really cool effect of an image behind something, like basically it's a div over an image, we want to sort of make that glassy, blurred out effect in the background where there's an intersection. So that's where you have this amazing tool that's for free, and you can just kind of mess around with this. You can show outline or not show outline. You can also change the color. So a really great way to build glassomorphic effects. Highly, highly recommend. Cool. All right. So let's start adding our front end here. So I'm going to go to our app.js, and I'm just going to make sure that we're going to do some stuff later with AWS, but not necessarily right now. Okay, cool. So with this, something that we are going to want to do is start building out basically our front end. So let's say that we wanted to build kind of our own custom header here. So something that I'm going to do here is we're just going to change this to Inspirational quote generator out. And then I have my own description for this. So we're going to call it your daily inspiration fix from Tech Stack Playbook. So that's going to be that. I'm just going to wrap that just so that it's heading off. And then we're good with basically everything else here. Cool. All right. So now what we want to do is we want to start building out basically this gradient background. And then we're also are going to want to start building out a front end for it. So something that I personally like to do is start building out components basically in different parts, and then have a split screen so that you can see basically both at the same time. So we're going to create a components folder, and then in our components folder, we're going to have a couple different things. We're going to do animation. Oh yeah, we can get rid of this this folder actually. Okay, so we'll do animations, and then we're going to create another folder called quote generator. And then in our quote generator, we're going to have a number of different elements. The first one. This one. And because we're using TypeScript, everything's going to be in TSX. So it's just TypeScript with JSX JavaScript. And we're going to actually create a few files here. So we'll do image x. Do another file, TSX. And then generator modal elements.tsx. So now what we're going to do is we're going to basically be putting our generator elements on the left, or basically on the right. And then our index is going to be on the right. So as we write these components, we're going to then be importing them from styled components. And it'll make a lot more sense in just a second. So something that we're going to do is we are going to create a gradient background. And then we are then going to, on the right, so this is sort of our in pages, and then on the right is our styled components and components. So we'll do import styles from styled components. And then what we're going to do is we're going to do exsc, and then we're going to be able to then export a styled component. So how I'm doing this is I'm using the styled components snippets. So it's this project. This is really great for if you're building styled components. It's awesome. You literally can just do this. Or if you're using a different thing where you actually need to import an element, you can literally style this. We're gonna get to this in a sec, but this is just a super easy way to start styling stuff out. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna copy that name of that element that we just had before. So do gradient background. This is gonna be a div. And we're gonna just copy all these different styles. And I'll show you in a second what it's doing. Basically, you have your background. There's gonna be a linear gradient from this to this. There's a background size of 400%, 400%, with an animation of gradient that's running infinitely every 6 seconds. There's an ease effect, and then this is the height and the width of our screen. And then in terms of keyframes for our gradient animation, it's going from 0 to 50% to 100%, and it's going to be fluctuating between these different values. So this is going to be really cool, like you'll see in a sec. This, and then as we import this, I'll just backspace there. I can press enter, and that's going to import this directly into our project. So now that I've started to do this, now we have this background. So this is super cool. We're able to now start having this glowing, pulsating background, which I think is super cool. And also just gives a really dynamic effect to our project that it didn't really have before. So I'm about it. Like, I think this is pretty sick. So now something that we want to do is we want to start actually adding stuff in. So we want to start adding that glassomorphic effect, because obviously, like, glassomorphic's super cool. I mean, this is pretty cool, but let's actually make it start doing some stuff. All right. So what we're going to do is we're going to have our quote generator. So also, just we're going to hold on to this for a second. So we do want to have a modal at a later point, but this is going to be important later. But we do want to have our quote generator pop up. And this is going to be our glassomorphic effect. And we're going to see how we add this. Okay, cool. So we're going to start adding in some elements. So there's going to be a quote generator container. And we're going to do a quote generator title. That's going to have some text. We're then going to do our generator subtitle. And then we're going to do our quote generator button. There's going to be some text inside that button. On click, which for now, like, we'll just make it where it'll just log hey there. Oh, we're gonna add this all this text later. So it's gonna be complaining because it says all these elements aren't defined yet, but they will be soon. So that's going to be basically the text. And I actually want to move this on click element up a bit. So that'll just be the function there. So now we're going to start adding in these components. So this is going to make way more sense. So now what we want to do is exec of component. And then we're going to start adding in these elements. These are basically all divs. Start, getting rid of these nasty red errors here. Title there, because these are all saved, and then subtitle. So again, you know the drill, exec. And also, if you notice that I'm doing like the small quote, there's just VS Code updated their framework, so it actually like removed autocompletes for a lot of things. So if you see me going like adding the quote and then back, it's because of that. But apparently they're working on a update to that soon, but they don't want to wait to release this build until then. So again, the drill, we'll import that. this in there. These are literally all custom divs. And we'll do that right there. Sweet. Okay, cool. So we got that there. We have that there. And now what we're going to do is we're going to add in some text. So we're going to say daily inspirational quote generator in here. And then we're going to add a subtitle. So you could actually say whatever you're looking for. But this is just some stuff that I'm going to say. And we do have a link here. So I'm just going to pull that up here to see. Import that from there. And I think footer link is not that. Okay, cool. So what we're going to do is we're going to do exscc, and then we're going to import this as a link. So it's going to be footer link, and then we're going to import link from NextLink. So NextJS and Vercel, they made a special link component. So we're gonna do that. Okay, cool. So now we're going to start dropping in these different styles into our application, and you can see that we've gotten this text in here. So now we actually want to make it look kind of cool. I'm just going to make that. Yeah, just so that we can switch between them. Okay, cool. So for quote generator container, just gonna blast through some of these styles here, but we're gonna do min height 350. So it's gonna be min width of 350 pixels. We're gonna do height of 70 pixels. Oh, view height 70 view height. We want to make it a square. We'll do border. 2 pixels solid. So make that a little bit transparent. Border radius 15 pixels will be top 50%, left 58%. Transform, translate, -50%, -50%. Position will be absolute. Index will be 2. And then I'm going to copy it. All right, so I already have this copied from the Glassomorphic site, but this is how you can copy that same effect. So this is a certain background with a 0.3 transparency. Then we have the box shadow, where it's kind of feathering out a bit with a background filter of a blur. And then we have the WebKit background filter, border radius, and then border. So as we start to add this in there, this is how we now start to have this inner container within this. So what's kind of cool is as we expand this out, it's going to be flexible along with our screen, which is exactly what we want. It wants to be super responsive. So now in terms of the quote generator title, I actually want to make an element. So what we're going to want to do is center all of these elements inside of this container. So it's basically center something within something that's being centered. So how we can do this is we're going to create a quote generator inner con. We're then going to move all of these elements out of it and move this back. And now what we're going to do is we're going to create a new element, a new style component. Quote generator. It's going to be inner con. Style div. And then we're going to do top 50%, left 50%, transform and translate, minus 50%, minus 50%. So this is how you center something within a div. We'll do position absolute, so it'll always be in the middle. And then width, we want to do 100%. So when we import this then should start and put everything in the middle. So you see, so now this is centered within this. So as we expand this out, it's always going to be in the middle. Okay, cool. So now that we start, we want to, adjust the title. So what we're going to do is we're going to change the font family, and then we're going to do permanent marker. Font size 50 pixels. I just want to see if that's actually going to be updating. So what's really cool about style components, I like, is that you can, really componentize out your elements, so you don't have like div ID is something, or div class name, blah blah blah, all these different things. You can wrap everything within a styled component of an element, and then you can also wrap style components inside of other style components. So it's just a really clean way for you to just write your code and not have to worry about all of the different CSS classes, or just have like a whole bunch of inline styles. It's just like not efficient and not a great time. So I'm just gonna bring this out a little bit. All right, so I just wanted to show you that that's kind of how we're proceeding here. And I'm going to just over this a little bit, just so you guys can start seeing. And I do want to see if I make this a little bit less expanded. Is that too small? I'm just checking. Yeah, I think we should be okay. Just want to see if I think it's just cool to be able to see the styles as we're coding them out. So yeah, we'll be able to do that. Okay, great. So now that we have all of this elements, and I'm just wrapping this just so that it's a little bit more easy to see. Oh, I love this song. It's such a good song. Okay, cool. So now what we want to do is that we want to start adding more of these styles here. So we'll do text align, center, color, white, adding 0 pixels, do position, relative. Then we're going to start doing some media queries. So this is how, when the max width of the screen is only 600 pixels, we're going to then make the font size a certain number that's not what it normally is. So this is how media queries work. These are really great for if you're trying to make your site responsive or dynamic. You'll be able to do that way. So now you're going to see how this actually works in action. So do you see how this is this font size, but then as we make the screen smaller, now this is like not the same size as big. So that's how this is working. And then we're going to do this also to the subtitle as well. So we'll do the same thing. So color white. We're gonna do font family. We're gonna do a different one. So we'll do caveat, cursive. Then we'll do font size is 35 pixels. 100%. Text align center. We'll do padding. 0 pixels, 20 pixels, 0 pixels. And then we're going to do another media query. Same thing. I kind of like to just copy it from the top. And then for font size, we're just going to bump this down a little bit more to be 25 pixels. So now you'll start to see how it looks like that. But then as you make it smaller, it'll look like that. So just a kind of a clean way to get that to look like that. And then, yeah, we might want to make the link one change next. So in footer link, you'll see why I named it footer link because I also have that there. So for footer link, we're just going to make the color white as well. It still has that underline. So just like a nice little way to just make it, you know, responsive there too, but still you can see that it's a link and then it'll link to ZenQuotes. I do actually want to give a huge shout out to ZenQuotes because we're going to be using them in a little bit, but it's an amazing way where you don't need to have any kind of key to use their API. They have, you know, tons of different, you know, options if you are configuring, you know, a quote-based application. But yeah, it's just a huge shout out to ZenQuotes because their API is phenomenal. So, and they're also not a sponsor of my channel. So this is me saying that I really like what they've built. Coming from the heart, Okay, so now what we want to do is we want to find where there's the generate quote button. And I think I named it as bad. Okay, cool. So we're going to start writing out some stuff. So we're going to do height. We'll make this 100 pixels. We're going to do width 300 pixels. Border pixels. Solid. Dark gray. Border radius 20 pixels. And then we'll do margin. Top pixels. And we're going to add a transition so that it looks really sleek. Then I'm going to copy the lastomorphic effect that I made for this. So that, again, this has a certain background with a transparency, it has box shadow, all the good stuff. And then we're gonna add, and this is literally why I love style components, probably more than anything, is being able to wrap all your effects in this. So none of this like class name is this, but class name is this with hover. It's like everything is packaged within one style component and you add everything to that. So I'll show you how to do this, but we'll do filter, brightness. We're going to do 3 multipliers, transition, 2 seconds, all these in, out, and then we'll do transform, scale, and then another effect that we're going to do is transform origin center. As we save this, so now this is how we get that hover effect on the button, and then we're just going to need to add the styles to the text button, and then we'll be good to go. So we're going to do color white, font family, we're going to do caveat again, cursive, font size is 35 pixels, left will do percent. Top will be percent. Translate. Minus 50%. Minus 2%. Position. absolute so that it's right in the middle of the container of the button with a width of 100%, and then text align the center so that it's smack dab in the middle. And then that's how we get that. So now as we hover over it, this is staying right in the middle there. Also, just as we do this here, it looks like that. So just super clean. We love to see it. Super, super cool. Okay. Yeah, this looks sick. Okay, love it. And now, while we're building out this this front end, I would kind of like to be able to make this like a little bit smaller. So we'll do another media query, and for the button, I would just like %. We'll do transform. It's not adding that. Oh, I was missing an S there. Okay, cool. All right, there we go. Now it's getting a little bit better. Okay. Yeah, so I think I just want to make it just a little bit smaller. Yeah. So just as it gets bigger, just make sure that the button is proportional to that. And then for hover, let's just add a hover media query, just so that it doesn't look like that. Yeah. So then let's do. That should be fine. And then here, that, so it doesn't actually grow that much, just grows a little bit. Yeah, that's perfect. Okay, cool. Yeah, I like that. That looks great. All right, I just want to just test something. Okay, cool. All right, this should be a little bit better. I was just checking out the camera. Okay, sweet. Oh, we still have people tuning into this. This is awesome. All right, be sure to like and subscribe. Yeah, be sure to like that like button because that will also help with the channel. So thanks a lot for anyone that's tuning in. Oh, I just saw a couple likes come in. Okay, thanks for those. That's awesome. Thanks, I really appreciate it. So, okay, cool. All right, so now that we got this working out, I really like how this is looking. This is looking really crisp. Let's add some background images. So I have these graphics that I got. And I'm just gonna pull them in. So obviously we wanted to make it cloudy because like, obviously it's cloud. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna add a folder here, call it assets. And then I'm just gonna drag these. I already have these, you know, on my computer, so I'm gonna just add them in there, and then drag and drop this other one. So these are just vector files. You can get them, you know, obviously like anywhere. I really like Unsplash and Pixabay. They have really great ways where you can just, you know, pull images. But it can really be anything. It doesn't have to be these two. It can be really any image at all. And then what we're gonna do is that we're gonna pull these images and put them in the background. And you'll see in a sec how we actually are going to do this. So under our, what's this? We're going to have a background image 1 and a background image 2. So these are basically going to have absolute positions here, and then as we expand and contract our screen, they're going to stay in the same spot. So we're going to do background image 1, and then we're going to have a number of different properties, but yeah, we'll just put that there for now. And then we'll do background image 2. All right, so in terms of our styles, we're gonna create these down here. EXSC, you know the drill, and then image 1. Actually going to make this a style image, and I'm going to import the image module from NextImage. So basically what we're going to do is that it'll import image from NextImage, and then that's how we import that there. Then under position, relative, we'll do z index 1, we'll do margin left minus 120 pixels, and then margin top, we'll do minus 10 pixels. So save this in just a second. We're going to add another one. So we're just going to add background image 2. And then this is going to have a different position. It's going to be fixed. Have z index 1 still. Right is going to be a little different. So instead of doing margin left, we're going to do right. And then that's going to be 0 pixels. And then instead of margin top, will be bottom. And that's going to make it pushed all the way to the bottom, and then we'll do minus 10. We're going to save these. We're going to then import them from the top. And hopefully it's, it should be loading, and then should be there. So now what we're going to do is that we're going to import these images. So I'm going to do just a little bit of cleanup here, just because I want to make sure that it's all in order. So I'm just going to import this, because I know we're going to need these later. So use state, use effect, get. So I sort of try to put the top level components of the things that are absolutely needed for the project. Then I'm just going to make this out as components. And then using like assets. And then the way that you import images into NextJS, something that we're going to do is we're going to import it basically as a component as you would. So we'll do import clouds left. And then to go backwards, you do .. backslash and look at assets. So I'm going to do cloud weather. And then we'll do import clouds right. And we'll do assets, and then we'll do cloud and render. Okay, cool. So now we'll import our images into this as we do source, abbreviated with src, and then we're going to put clouds left. We're going to give it a height, because all images need a height. Otherwise, it wouldn't know how big to make it. And then all was going to say cloudy background. And then on this one, you see the error went away because we have all the stuff saved correctly. So now we'll do source again. Clouds right. And do height equals 300. Alt equals cloudy background. And we got that. So now, if we did it correctly, it should look like this. So how cool is that? So now we've got this glassomorphic effect over our image. And as we span across the screen, this is going to stay, in the bottom right. This is going to stay in the bottom left. But kind of in the same way, if we were to pull it from the right, this stays in the top left, and then this is moving on the right. So this is what we talked about when it's like super responsive design, whether it's mobile or desktop. We want to be able to make it there. And if you actually wanted to make sure that you couldn't pull it or drag it, something that we can do is do pointer events. We'll say none, and then that's going to be a way where, because of that, we won't be able to actually touch this at all. We'll be able to hover over certain things, but we won't actually be able to click and drag it. So we can add the same property to the other one. So just so that it kind of makes your users focused on certain elements and they don't, get distracted, or they don't start, trying to click or drag things around the screen thinking that this is how you would, generate a quote. Obviously, like that wouldn't be how you do that, but you just want to make sure that, you make it really easy for your users to use your applications as you build them. So, this is awesome. Wow, we've been streaming for about an hour now. This is great. So looks like our front end is looking pretty slick. So I like how this is looking. Now, something that we're going to want to do is start adding our footer. And we're going to add basically some static data for now until we start importing this from the cloud. So that's coming up next. So what we're going to do is we're going to put above this, we're going to make a footer element. So there's going to be a footer container. Then we're going to make a JSX element here. We're going to say quotes generated, and then there's going to be we'll just put like 00 for now, just because we just want to have a placeholder there. And then we'll do break, we'll do a line break there, and then we're going to say developed with, and we're going to say, so I have a heart emoji, so copy that there, bye, and then we're going to do footer link href, and then I'm going to use a link to my YouTube channel, but you could use whichever link you'd like. Maybe it could be to your own website, or maybe to your social media handle or something like that. And then I'm going to add these other elements in here. So if you want to open up a browser, so if you've ever wanted to click a button and then it prompts you to open it up in another tab, the way that you do that is you want to use this target blank and then this rel no opener no refer. So this is a secure way where you're able to then open up these types of links in a basically like in a secure way in another tab. So that's that. And then when we open this back up, I'm gonna put in my handle. So puff, and then that'll be the end of the footer link. And then, yeah, let's start adding some of this stuff. So for footer container, do exec container, div, do width, 100 do width, we'll do height, 50 pixels. Text align is centered. Font size 15 pixels. Do position absolute. Do bottom 0 to put it right in the base. Color of the text is white, and the index goes. So I have a whole bunch of 9s there. So that's just going to make sure that we force to be open, like all the way in front. That's going to be great. And I'm just going to check one thing. I just want to see how this looks. The logo. Just want to see how this looks. Okay, cool. Yeah, so it's looking pretty good. All right, sweet. Yeah, just check to make sure that it looks pretty good. Oh, I'm not even seeing these chats. Oh, what's up, Crystal? Hey. I'm like checking this out on my phone. Yeah, I was supposed to have like a stream of notifications, but I guess it like wasn't coming up. Oh, and Sarah came live. Okay, hey Sarah. Yeah, like totally didn't even see these messages. Oh, this is awesome. What's up, everybody? Okay, cool. Yeah, thanks for tuning in. This is super awesome. I want to do more of these types of live streams. They're super fun. Yeah, definitely a good time. Oh, this is where we have the streams. Oh, there we go. This is super cool. Okay, awesome. What's up, everybody? Now I have the stream open. It was in a different tab. Now I have them all consolidated. So this is awesome. Okay, so all right, back to this. So let's see what we got. So for footer container, we have that up. So now let's see if we can import this from our container. And then we'll save this here, we'll save this here. And then now we should have this text here. So let's say that we wanted to make this image red because, obviously hearts are red. So let's create a span. So span is an element where you can put it inside of a div. The way that I think about it is like it's like an inner div without the positioning and all the padding and everything. You could add it like that, but it's kind of a sub element. So we want to create a red heart span. So I'm going to call that red heart span. I'm going to put that around the heart. I'm going to then do the XNC, create the exported style component. I'm going to call it red heart styled, and then I'm going to do span. So then when you do color red, we'll do that. So then when we save that, we import red heart span, and then now it looks red. And that's all because of, and I'll actually zoom in here just so you can see. So that's red because we only are editing this element here, but everything else is unaffected. So that's a great part about span, is that you can use that, kind of as you will inside, divs within inside of divs. So that's awesome. Okay, so I think we've gotten pretty much our whole front end done, which is sick. Oh, I really like this song. This is a good song. Cool. All right, and then just to show you how the link would actually work. So if you open it up, it's going to open up, my YouTube channel in another window, and you'll see that we're live, because we are live. So also, quick plug, if you haven't subscribed to my YouTube channel, please be sure to subscribe to the channel. Especially for the cloud algorithms, they love to see it. So thanks. But yeah, okay, sweet. So we've got basically the front end down. Now, something that I want to do, I'm trying to think of like if we should do the next part first, or yeah, why don't we start adding the actual cloud infrastructure, because that'll take some time, and then we can work on the front end. So when we want to build a project in the cloud, something that we can use is a framework called Amplify. I'm going to pull up a link just to show you in the documentation how to get started in case you haven't used it before. So a lot of people have a lot of opinions about, building in the cloud. There's many different ways to do the same thing. Usually one way is always the correct way. So I've kind of found it as sort of like with everything, like it depends on your use case. But something that I found that's really helpful for just general developers anyway is thinking about wrappers. How can you build a project with a container around certain elements so that it gives you a pre-configured set of parameters, but then if you want to extend them, if you want to expand them, if you want to amplify them, you'd be able to do so. So I've been using Amplify in quite a number of enterprise projects. Usually what I'll do is I'll build out the configuration and then I'll expand it, as I go along. But you don't really necessarily need to stick with just the custom configuration. But it's super easy to use when you get started. You can choose from any of these different frameworks. So, obviously JavaScript, React. They just added NextJS, but they also have Vue, Android, Swift, Flutter, Angular, whichever frameworks that you want to use. We're going to use NextJS. So what this is it's a CLI tool. You'll install it, and then you'll run your commands with Amplify, add API, Amplify, add auth for authentication, Amplify, add storage, different types of, access patterns. If you wanted to create a Lambda function, you could do Amplify add function, and then you could define it as a Lambda trigger, or you could do it as just a Lambda function, like a hello world, which is what we're going to be doing. And then they also have their own UI components, they have their libraries, and they have lots of really great built-out ways to expand your use of AWS between the front end and the back end. So it's super awesome. I love using it. So we're gonna get started here. So if you haven't already used this before, you'll need to install Node.js, which if you ran NextJS, if you've gotten here, then you probably already have Node.js. You need npm, you need Git, and then you need an AWS account. This shouldn't run you any cost. It's completely on the free plan, but just make sure at the end of the project, if you don't want to keep the project, then you need to delete the resources. So I'll explain how to do that in a sec, or basically later at the end of the video. But you'll create an AWS account, and then they have a really great video. NodeJS created a really great onboarding video for how to use Amplify CLI. And basically what you'll do is you'll install it globally with this command. You can also use curl or Windows if you use curl that way. And then you'll do Amplify configure. So what I've already done is I've created my own IAM profile for using basically Amplify. So I'm gonna basically skip this step, but what you would do is that when you configure Amplify for your device, you're going to be creating your IAM user, and then that's going to be creating a one-to-one pair between your use of AWS and your account. So that's how you'll be able to get that set up, and then you'll be able to save this. And a very important thing, whenever you make an IAM role or a profile, and then you get a key, so the key value pair, this stage, make sure that you download and save that key, because you can't access that key ever again on that step. So just make sure that you save it someplace secure, because if you don't save it, you are going to lose it, and that's not fun. So just from my experience. So once you create this with the access key ID and the secret access key and the CLI, that's what will create your profile. You can make it as your default, and then that's how you're going to be able to get set up and going. So we've already gotten all of this stuff set up. Something we're going to do is we're going to do Amplify init. So this is how we initialize Amplify for our project. I'm going to create a new tab, Amplify init, and then we're going to do inspirational quotes. So inspirational quote. I actually might rewrite this just to be inspirational quote. Let's say app. Inspirational quote app. Inspirational quotes. Inspirational quotes. Cool. Okay. So already the Amplify framework knows that this is our project. This is our environment. We're going to be basically provisioning a dev cloud environment. Another thing about Amplify that's awesome is that you can provision multiple cloud backends. So the same way that you might create different branches on your GitHub repo, as you have your dev branch, you have your stage branch, you have your production branch, you'd be able to create different cloud backends. So let's say that you're working on a feature and you don't want to push that out to users, but you want to test it internally. You'd be able to just use one of your cloud backends, and then when you like it, you like the testing and everything, be able to push that to production, and then that's the cloud backend that your users see. So really great way. And then in terms of app type, we're using JavaScript. We are using the React framework, and then source directory is source. And then that's where basically our AWS elements are going to be in source. And then we're going to initialize the project with the application. I'm going to say yes. And then we're going to configure that with a profile. So I'm just going to skip ahead. But basically what you would do is that you'll choose your AWS profile. I'm going to choose my default for my projects. And the actual profile that you would have would be for, I'll show you. So it's going to be something that has Amplify admin access. So you would have already created this in your previous step, and then you're going to use that IAM profile to then access your application and connect your cloud environment with your project. So what you're going to see is that it's going to start deploying a whole bunch of resources to the cloud. So you want to make sure that this runs completely, because if you don't have this, then you won't be able to access this in AWS. So I'm going to actually open up AWS in another tab, and we'll be able to see this in action. Oh, this music is on fire today. Soundstripe is really killing the game. Love it. All right, so you'll see this here. We got some green. This is great to see. And what this is doing, just to give a little bit of context, is that when you build resources in the cloud, you provision a CloudFormation stack It's really a script that combines all of these things together. So when you have IAM, that's for your identity and access management. You've got your S3 bucket for your deployment of the application. And it's going to start to create some IAM roles for how you're actually going to be provisioning this app. So you don't actually have to share, configuration stuff. But I'm just going to say no for that. And then now we have that here. So now if we wanted to do Amplify status, this is a great way to just check the status of your project. And you can see here that we have a current environment as dev, but we don't have any resources created. So I'm going to log into my AWS environment and I'm going to see if this project is there. And then I'll show you how that looks. Okay, so we So now what we have here is that we have our Inspirational Quotes app. This is the app that we just created and we just deployed it to the cloud, literally it's like 2 minutes ago. So this is how you know that your deployment completed. It'll say this here. And then this is the backend environment that we're going to start with. So already in the dashboard, you're going to have a whole bunch of settings, but we're going to worry about those later. But this is our application and this is looking pretty great. Also, just another thing, make sure when you're in a specific, so I'm in US East 1, make sure that if you're building in US East 1, you only provision your resources in the right region. This is like quintessential learnings of building in the cloud is you don't want to have your different resources configured in different places. That's like super, super no-no. You can, cross region build resources, but it's like kind of a headache and you just don't want to do it. So always deploy within the same region. It'll just make your life so much easier. But yeah, so this is all set up. Okay, sweet. So now we get to do some of the fun stuff. So something that I want to do is I want to add a function, and we're gonna do some stuff here, and then we're going to basically take a pause and go to Replit, and we're gonna basically write out our script, and then we're gonna come back to this. So actually, let's do the Replit stuff now. I think that'll be a good way to go about this. Okay, so I'm in Replit. I'm gonna create a private Node.js script. We're gonna call it Inspirational Quote Generator. And the reason I like to use Replit, I'm just gonna open this up really fast. Okay, cool. So let's just make this big screen for now. Okay. So the reason I like using Replit is because it's a really great way to start building a script and testing it without interfering with your cloud scripts or anything in the cloud. I just think that it's like a really great way to just start building and make sure that you're you're running things, you're testing things, but that it's not necessarily using any cloud compute or credits. It's kind of that deconstructionism that I like. Okay, cool. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna start writing our script here, and we're gonna get started. Okay, so I'm gonna pull up this. We had like a bunch more people join the stream, so this is awesome. If you're tuning in right now, thanks so much for joining and tuning in. Thanks so much for supporting the channel. It's really great to have you here. Okay, so when we are building our Replit script, let me just pull up my other thing. And there are going to be some elements that we're going to want to have. So I do have some backgrounds here. So something that we're going to do is I'm going to create a folder called backgrounds. And I'm going to start just uploading a whole bunch of them. So see if can I add them directly? No, I think I need to have them local. Just no problem. Let me save them or find them first. Okay, cool. So this should be able to go here. Okay, so I have these items, so I can actually, I'll do screen share and show you. Oh, that's kind of funny. There's like a careers in the dev tools. Very clever, Replit, very clever. So in this element, what we got here is, you'll see that it's 401 by 516. So these are the types of images that that at least I created for the specific image, and then the intrinsic size is 750 by 500. So that's going to be the size that you want to look at, is 750 by 500. That's the size of this. That's the 7:5 ratio. So we'll do that. But yeah, so I imported these as background images, and then what we're going to do is we're going to create the script. Okay, so there's going to be quite a lot of stuff that's going on here. So in terms of our package, so we're going to install a few things right off the bat. So we're going to install HTTP, which should already be installed if it's not already. Yeah, I think it should be good. I'm just going to double check. Yeah, it should be fine. Okay, let's just check if FS is installed. Yeah, FS would be installed, and then Sharp. Sharp should not be installed yet. Yeah. So this is a high performance. So basically, Sharp is awesome. Sharp is a high performance Node.js image processing open source framework that's free to use, and it's a really blazingly fast module to resize any sort of image file, including GIFs, TIFF files, JPEGs, PNGs, you name it, they got it. So we're going to install that here. And once it's installed, you'll see that it's there. Sweet. So now in our index file, something we're going to do is we're going to do const http require. So we're basically, this is how you would import or require things in Node.js. And then we're going to const fs equals require fs. Sharp require the sharp. Right, sweet. So those are the three imports that we'll need here, and I'm just going to be scrolling down a bunch. Actually, we might not need HTTP. Okay, I take that back. We are going to need these in our Lambda, but I'll explain why we don't need that. So Replit's really awesome because it has a lot of built-in functionalities. So we don't actually really need to worry about, a lot of other stuff. But anyways, so I'll show you. So what we are going to do is we're going to import Sharp, and then we're going to be calling the ZenQuotes API. API URL equals, and then we're going to pull this from ZenQuotes. So let's go to their documentation, and we're going to look for API. Yep, okay. So this is their ZenQuotes API. They have one that's for random, so it's this one. So we're going to be just copying this, and then we're going to go to, where's Replit? There's Replit. Okay. So put that in quotes, and then that's basically going to be our API URL that we're going to call this. Okay. So we're going to need to do a couple of things. We're going to need to create a function that will get a random quote, and then what we're basically going to do is, actually let's do this in import. So like number one, so we need to first of all get a random quote. We need to filter, or basically turn text into lines. You're going to see why this is super important in a second, but we're going to basically need to turn the big string into many different lines as long as the author. So this is the quote text. We're going to need to also turn author into line below text. We're going to want to add a quote image. And then fifth is we're going to turn these elements into an SVG that we can then, in step 6, turn SVG into image. And then we're just going to say /base 64 in Lambda for later. So you're going to see why, but basically we're just going to be testing to see if this can actually create the image that we want it to. In Lambda, we're going to be testing if it can export a string. So it's going to be a little bit of a different priority, but you'll see in a second. Also, I'm going to just get a quick glass of water. I've been streaming for like an hour and a half, so I'm just getting some water. All right. So these are going to be the elements that we, want to go about. I just want to see how the string quality is. I might like bump this up just a little bit, make it a little bit bigger. Okay, cool. Okay, so now we're going to create our first function. So it's going to be an async function, and we're going to call it get random quote. And we're going to put in our API URL here. So that's what we're going to call that in. And then we're going to bracket that out. And then what we're going to do is we're going to declare some variables, and then we're going to basically call our API endpoint, and then we're going to get data out of that. So first of all, we need some quote text. So we're going to just create a variable, and we're going to let quote text not equal anything yet, and then let quote author. So he's going to be, it's going to be like my quote is ... and then this is going to be like, it's going to say like by your name here, something like that. Now we need to validate the response to the API. So const response from the API equals await, and then we're going to fetch API URL. So then when we are getting some data back, we're going to want to turn it into some JSON that we can use. So we're going to do var quote data, we're going to await response.json, and then that's going to be a function to turn our response into some data that we can actually use. Quote data. And then we're going to log that out just so that we can start seeing it in our terminal. So I just want to get the terminal back. Where'd the terminal go? Yep. Okay, cool. So actually, let's see if we can just run this right now. See if it's running. Okay, sweet. So, and this is actually a really great way to deconstruct how API responses work. So when you are running an API, this is something that was really interesting to me. So we have a function, we have a certain input. The input is going to be this variable, and that's going to be the URL that we call in our script. So when we fetch is going to be a way that we call that API URL that we are injecting into the function. And then there's going to be some sort of response, but we have to await it because the data doesn't exist. It has to get fetched from an API endpoint, and it basically needs to stream data and then get that back. So we await the fetch of that, and then that's going to be logged in response. We're then going to turn that response into a JSON object. So that's how you see it's this, JSON object in parentheses, or basically in brackets, and then in quotes here. And then you have your quote, which is this time goes from this to this. There's this, and then there's a block quote. So it's actually a great way if you wanted to just import this script into an element, you could use that. I ran into a lot of issues trying to use block quote, so I kind of went about it the hard way of taking this into putting into custom elements. So you'll see this in a little bit of how I went about this. But anyways, we await this, we fetch it, we then are getting this response back, we turn it into JSON, and then that's why we console log that output. And then that's how we're able to get this through running this function. So basically it's like make this function and then call this function and then put this as the input with API URL. Super great. Okay, we're doing a great job. So now what we want to do is that we want to start putting basically this data into some variables. So we're going to do quote text equals quote data 0. So we want the first item, the first index of that to be quote. So it's going to be quote data 0. This is literally the first object, and then quote is 0. So that's Q. And then we want to do quote author, we're going to do quote data to 0. And we'll do A, and then be able to do that. Okay, cool. I'm just gonna check the stream real quick just to make sure that we're still going strong. Okay, sweet. All right, stream's going good. I really need to do more of these. I really enjoy these types of lives. These are very fun. Yeah, but thanks everybody for tuning in. We've got some viewers. So this is super cool to see. So I really appreciate all your support. And for anyone else that's tuning in, probably after the stream, be sure to hit that like and subscribe if you like how the build is going and if you're learning anything. If you're learning something new, that's awesome. We love learning new stuff. So now what we're going to do is we are going to keep going with our script here. So we take our quote text. We're going to take basically this variable, and then we're going to set that equal to whatever the response is. Basically, so this only response, there's only one item, and then the Q from that, and then the A from that. So quote text and author, and then we'll do that. That's great. Okay. Now what we're going to do is that we're going to construct our image. Okay, so we're going to start turning this into some code. So we're going to take const width equal to 750, and then const height equals 483. And then something that we're going to do is we're going to then do const text equals quote text. And what we're going to start doing is turning basically we're taking this variable that already exists, and then we're going to start basically turning that text into some other stuff, which you'll see in a sec. So something that I actually came across that I thought was really interesting was when you are basically turning into I just want to see if I can switch these out. Okay, cool. Yeah. So when you are, turning this type of text into an image, you're going to have a really long string, and that won't be able to wrap. Usually in CSS, you'd be able to wrap it in a div, but it'll just span across the whole screen. So what we really need to do is take the quote text that we get back from the API, and we want to basically create these sub elements that we can then stack on top of each other. And then that's how we're going to be able to create these really nicely packaged images that we can then display in an image. but have it not be like cutting off on across the screen. So that's why we're going to be basically taking the quote text and we're going to be manipulating it a little bit to make sure that there are packages of 4 words. They go one on top of each other, relative to each other. And then the quote author is going to be right at the bottom. So it's going to be super great. All right. So I'm just going to switch back here. Okay. So under our quote text, something that we're going to do is we're going to take our words. So const words. We're going to do text. We're going to split that up. And then const line break. So we're going to define the line break as every 4 words is going to be a new line break. And then we do let new text equal this. So now we want to define some tspan elements for 4 words each. This is how we're going to break this up. So the thing I was explaining before, what we're going to do is we're going to do let tspan elements this. All right, I just want to see also chat in case we've got anybody new coming in. Okay, cool. So now when we are taking our tspan elements, we're going to start writing some functions. So basically we're going to do a for loop, and then basically like as there's words, we're going to be doing things to them. And then if certain conditions apply, then we'll do a line break. Otherwise we won't. And then by the end of it, we'll then do basically if there's words remaining, then we're going to be turning those elements. So it goes every 4 words. But if there's less than 4 words, we're going to basically create a final tspan element. That'll be basically like 1, 2, 3 words. And then that's how we'll basically end our script of creating the tspan elements. So we're going to do let I equals 0. So this is how we're going to be doing our for loop. And then as I is less than the total number of words in the length, and then we iterate on I. We're then going to do text equals words with index of I plus, and then we'll do that. And then we'll do if I, so as I increases. We're going to divide that by the line break. 0. And then we're going to do tspan elements as a variable equals, and then we're going to do backticks, and then tspan x equals this, and then we're going to do a template literal here, and then as width is divided by 2. This is how we're going to basically create the position for the tspan, so that it's going to be half of the width, and then it'll be a certain percent under the height of y. So that's how we're going to basically put it in the middle, but then under an image, which I'll show you in a little bit, but it'll be a quote image, and that's how we'll do that. So we'll do that, and then y equals m. And then we'll do bracket, new text, and then this is where we'll do backspace tspan. Oh, we do have auto. So that's the first tspan element, and that's going to be basically, our for loop pattern for taking each forward increment and then breaking it down. And then something that we'll do just to round it out is if the new text not equal empty string. Then we'll do tspan elements plus basically like if there's no lines remaining, we'll do tspan and an element x equals, again, another template literal, 2, that, and then dy equals 1.2 em. Do another template literal, new text, and then we'll close out that tspan element. So this is that for loop pattern, and then we'll console log tspan elements. All right, so I'm just checking this over, but I feel like there's an error here. So what would be that error? Oh, it needs to be a semicolon. Okay, cool. So obviously, copy this, make sure that you save your work. Like first and foremost, make sure that you always save your work. I can't tell you how many times I've worked on something and then something, I don't know, got closed out or you exited out and it didn't save it. So just make sure you always save your work. Like super, super important. No matter whatever you do, like always save your work. So now what we're gonna do is we are going to run this and we're gonna see if this worked out. Okay, cool. So seems like that works. So I'm gonna just copy this out so that we can see kind of how this is working. So with this tspan element, there's another tspan element, this text. And there's another tspan element. This is pretty cool. So this is taking all of these elements, right? And it's going to be turning them into basically different components. Which is pretty cool. And then that's that line break that we got. Okay, cool. So should be good so far. I'm just double checking over this just to make sure that we have everything in here that we need, which I believe we do, but never too bad to check. One thing that I am just gonna make sure that we add is just new text equals that. There, and I'm just going to run this again just to make sure that it's really doing that other part. Yeah, there we go. Okay, cool. So it was just missing that one little element there. So now we have these two elements. So do you see how it's like as you think, so shall you become? So it's taking basically this for, it's going to wrap another element, and then so you shall you become is 3 words, and this is the last element of the tspan. But let's try to find something with like more words. Yeah, so you see now it's like it is hard to fail, but it is like 4 words, worse never to come, try to succeed. So this is how we're basically taking all of these elements, putting it to 4 words, and then this last element will be 1 to 3 words, and then that's how we close out our script. This is actually looking pretty good. Yeah, so pretty happy with how this is coming out. Oh, we actually got some more people coming out. This is really cool. Yeah, thanks for tuning in, everybody. Yeah, hope you like the build here. We're actually going to be starting to generate the image now for this, so that's going to be super exciting. So now in our script, we have all that stuff out. So this is looking pretty good. So now what we want to do is we want to start constructing our SVG image with this text, and we're going to want to loop over all of this type of stuff. So now we want to construct the SVG. We'll create on SVG, and then do this imaging. So in terms of our SVG image, something that we're going to want to do is just start out defining its width. So SVG width equals the width that we created above. So again, we're going to do that literal above. And this is like, if you're just wondering like where we got that from, we got that from up here. So this is where the height is, and then we'll be defining its width. So again, width is this one, and then height, we're going to be doing the same thing. So height equals, again, another template literal height. And we're just going to close out this SVG at the end just for sanity's sake. So now what we're going to do is we're going to give this SVG some style. So this is kind of like an HTML element. If you've ever like looked at an HTML document, this is sort of what we're going to be doing here. So we're going to create some classes. So we're going to call it title. This is going to be the title of that image. So we're going to give it a fill, and we'll just say that it's white. So font size equals 20 pixels, and we'll do font weight equals bold because we want it to stand out. And then the next one that we'll want is we'll want quote author styles. And I'm gonna just make this enter just so that it looks a little bit cleaner. Yeah, this looks a little bit more organized. Okay, so font size. So this is going to be the author font. It'll be 35 pixels. Font weight, bold, padding, pixels. Good. Then I'm going to do some footer styles. Footer styles. Font size equals 20 pixels. And then font weight, we'll make bold, fill, gray, text anchor, middle, font family, we'll do Verdana. Good classic font that everybody likes. Yeah, something simple. You could obviously change your fonts if you want a different one. We do Comic Sans. Hopefully not Comic Sans. Definitely not Comic Sans. That would be bad. That is also objective, not subjective. No, Comic Sans is okay. Yeah, I know some people hate it, but I don't have a problem with that. Comic Sans is kind of cool. It's kind of fun to make fun of it though. So we have our circle element. So this is just a circle that you'll see in a second, but we're going to be basically putting this circle element at the top, and then we're going to put a quote. So you'll see this in one moment here. So with this text element here, so this is going to be the quote. So we have a circle, and then we have basically this quote. So it's going to be the quote, if you remember from the beginning, this quote on top of the circle in the SVG. Then we're going to start to create a group, and this group is going to be what's basically containing all of the other elements of our fonts, or of our quote card. So we'll do D, ungroup it, and then I'm just going to start copying these. So you might just want to like pause the video just so that you can see kind of what I'm doing. Because I don't want to like take a lot of time to like write these, just because it just would be easier to do this. So we're going to copy this. So basically there's going to be a rectangle for the quote text. We're then going to put this text in here. So this is the last line of quote. And basically like, these are going to be all of the elements here. So that ID is there. And then we're going to put the T-span elements in there. We're going to add the T-span over here. And then this is the author quote styles. And then the author quote is going to go there. So again, this is the tspan elements, is that for loop up here for all of these different elements here. And then we put that in a block, and then the quote author goes right underneath that. And then that's the last of this group. And then our last little bit of we're going to put as a footer. And they always say that if you're using the ZenQuotes API, be sure to give an accreditation. So I just say developed by my name, but you could put your name. And then I say quotes by ZenQuotes.io just to give them credit and also give that attribution. So that's pretty much it. I'm just going to clean up this a little bit. And you can see that this is the text. So we have a dash, space, and then the quote author, and then these tspan elements will be at the top. And that's pretty much it. And then that's the last of the SVG elements. And then basically what we're going to do is that we're going to now add a background image to the SVG. So we're going to create an array of background images. We're then going to do background. And then this is where the folder is. And then we're just going to copy. So I just have these saved, so I'm just going to copy them. But this is what you would do. So if you have different colors, you would basically choose them. So these are like the different ones that I got. And I'll actually show you where I got these from. There's an awesome website called UI Gradients that one of my really great dev friends introduced me to like a few years ago. So it's uigradients.com, and they have all these different gradients that you can pick. Just huge fan of it. It's open source. You can check it out on GitHub. Just super cool. And yeah, it'll give you all of the different gradients that you could ever want, and it also teaches you how gradients work together. So like for this one, it shows you that this is a 3-colored linear gradient. So you would probably do something like, it would look like this. It would be like linear gradient. And then it would have like color 1, comma, color 2, or not comma, hashtag, comma, color 3. And then that's how you would be basically creating your linear gradient, is those 3 images added together. So you usually do like color equals hex code, but for this you do, 3 different elements in a linear gradient element. Okay, sweet. So now that we have those elements, now what we're going to do is we're going to take that and we're going to give it a random function. So we want to kind of randomly select different ones. So this is a pretty basic way to do randomization. If you ever wanted to pick a random number out of a hat, or like pick, flip a coin, you'll do math.floor, and then you'll do math.random times background images. So this is basically taking a random number, background images, times 1. So it's basically given these 4 items, basically find a random number and then create basically like whichever one that it comes up with, multiply that by the length of the number of background images. So in this case it would be 4 times this random number, and then basically create a number out of that. So then const selected background image equals background images with an index of random index. So given this random number, that's a whole number, find out which random index it's going to be, and then return that as the selected image. So now what we want to do is we want to composite this image together. Okay, so we want to put all the elements together. So we want to take the image, we want to add this text, we want to do this SVG stuff, we want to put it all together. So we are going to use, if you remember from the beginning, sharp. We haven't used this yet, so now we're going to use this below. going to do const svg, and we're going to use basically buffer, and buffer is going to be a way that we can turn this image together, basically like consolidate it all together. So what we're going to do is we're going to do svg, call it buffer equals buffer from svg image, const image equals await. We use the sharp package, and then we're going to do selected background image. I'm just going to copy and paste that. And now what we're going to do is that we're going to enter, we're going to do composite. We're going to turn this into an image. So the input is going to be svg buffer for sharp. We give it a top of 0 and a left of 0 so that everything stays in the middle. And then we're going to do to file, and then we're going to call it quote card.png. And that should pretty much do it. So if we've done everything correctly, it should be generating an image in our basically in our Replit. So I'm just going to save this here. We're going to see if we ran into any errors or if it's actually generating the image correctly. So let us see. Okay, so there was an exit. So buffer had a corrupt header. So let's see. So premature data in the tag of svg line 2. Interesting. Okay. So let's see. This doesn't really give you very much help with with bugs and stuff. So let's just try to go through this line by line and see if there's what issues we might be having. But we at least know that it's I'm just gonna run this again just to see if it actually was error again. Okay. So yeah, we'll literally just have to go through this line by line. So svg width is there, height is there. We got our style. We got title. I don't think shouldn't be that. So it might be the circle. Be one of those other elements. So we have that going. We have text there. Oh yeah, it probably didn't like that I moved those out. Yeah, let's see if that was the error. Nope. But see that we have that grouped. Okay, so rectangle width. Height is auto. Close out the rectangle. Close out the text ID. Spin elements. So it might not have liked how I did this. G. We add the text in here. I'm just gonna bring this out. And then Y is. Open this up. Things up there. All right, so maybe it's not the actual SVG. So then we'll go down to this one. So random index, math floor. We have math random. Times background images dot length. That should be fine. So there's background images with the index of that. And then we'll do SVG buffer. We'll buffer from SVG image, which is this thing. And then do image await sharp selected background image. If we have, and then we'll do composite. And input this, let's copy that. To file quote card PNG. So interesting. Okay, so then we're gonna look up at the top, and I wonder if there's something up with one of the variables. So we already know that the response works, so that should be fine. We'll pop there. Yeah. All right, if you don't like a challenge, coding will be very hard for you, I think. Because it's like moments like this when it kind of tests you of like you had it working before and then you're trying to figure out why it doesn't work. So this is always a good way to kind of check your knowledge and make sure that you understand what you're building. So this is a good exercise for anybody. So if we do words, I think that should be fine. So we have the I, we're going over this. So this all worked. So I don't think that it would be an issue with anything here. Yeah, like we can. So SVG image. So it must be just the SVG image that's giving me some issues. So let's find out why this is working again. It's like some epic music going on. I like it. So let's see actually if this can help us at all. So internal promise. Input buffer has corrupt header due to Excel parse error domain. Codes it on line 32. Interesting. So saying that there's an error in line 32. So why would it be saying that? Okay, so we do let I equals 0. I is less than the words.length, incrementing off of that. So the new text plus or minus the words of I plus that. And if I plus 1 divided by a line break equals 0, t-span plus or minus t-span. So I must have typed something wrong. I wonder what that could have been. So can I comment stuff out? No. I wonder if I just delete like that and then I try to run it, I wonder if it'll still. Okay, oh, so there is something wrong with the SVG. That is disappointing. Oh, this was interesting though. So what did it do? Oh, okay, cool. So it actually is creating the image. It just didn't have any text. So we know that it's working. It's generating an image. I mean, that's super cool. So let's just put this there just so that it can auto-generate stuff. And actually, let's try to run this and see if it'll do different. Oh yeah, I gotta get rid of that. So let's just see like it taking the image. Okay, this is super cool. So it's gonna be taking all these different backgrounds and then it's gonna be randomizing them. So be random ones each time. So it was like the blue one, so it's the magenta one, back to blue, back to gray, magenta again. Oh, that's a magenta. It's an orange one. Okay, this is super cool. All right, I like this a lot. So I'm gonna like this a whole lot more when we get our quote to do there. So is it something with the style? I'm gonna like try to delete, and then I try to do this thing of like I delete stuff and then I see if it solves it or not. I love that. X. B. Ah, okay. So it's something in the group. But do you see now how this image is now generating this? So this is the top part of the quote, and then this is the footer. So we're actually able to add this text and the accreditation below, and we put this at the top. So now the only thing that we have left to do is add the group of the elements. So let's see where this might be happening. So I wonder if we can try to see if it's like specific elements of it. Oh, I know why. We don't end the text. That's why. There we go. Ah, we did it. Okay. I do just want to like switch screens for a sec. Okay. So like this right here is like the #1 skill. I think like if you could learn like one skill in coding, it's like knowing how to like be like, not even like resilient, but stay with problems and not give up. I think that's like one of the biggest skills that you can use in technology, because things are going to go wrong all the time. Nothing goes right all the time. This is a great example of that, where you build out a project, it's supposed to work, but then it doesn't go exactly how you plan. So then what do? Do you just give up? Do you leave, take a break, come back? You can't give up at a certain point. So you just kind of have to keep going. And this is a great example of that, where you can have everything all set up for you and then something goes wrong. And then you kind of just have to go through and you're like, is it this? Is it that? Is it that? So hopefully this is actually helpful for anybody that is learning like how to debug or looking for debugging practices, because I often find I will literally just go line by line or section by section, and I'll try to deconstruct and decompose why something is working, why something isn't working. So this is actually like a pretty cool way to show you exactly how I debug things, and I'll go about, solving a problem that I didn't necessarily know how to fix. So yeah, sometimes it's literally just a semicolon not there, or something that wasn't escape, or something that wasn't, ended. So this is just like a good example of, just being able to trust yourself and know that you'll get there. And, if it's 5 minutes, if it's 10, if it's an hour, if it's a day, if it's a week, just knowing that you'll be able to get there at the end of the day is huge. Like that's a huge mindset shift when you can just patiently trust yourself to figure things out. So let's get back into the code here. So now that we have our script working, so I'm gonna just draw a screen brush here. Okay, so there is a whole bunch of stuff that's kind of at play here, and I just want to kind of walk through here. So we have this image, which is just like it's just a placeholder image. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lines. This has 4, so 1, 2, 3, 4. This has forwards 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. So you'll see a pattern of how it's 1, 2, 3, 4. And then on the last line, it just has 3. And that's the tspan element that we have, where it's these tspan elements iterated in a for loop. So for loop here, and then that's how we get these. And then this is just centering the author text out of that. And then this, of course, is our footer, which just stays at the bottom. And I'll actually show you again how this is running. So when we run this again, look at that. So it's a completely different background image with a different quote, different author, but the footer and the top is still the same. And then, same, image. It's all random. So this is a different quote though. And then let's see if we get a different one. So this is, Deepak Chopra, every great change is preceded by chaos. We just kind of went through some chaos just now, but this was a great change. We got to learn how we can generate SVGs in Node.js. I mean, this is crazy, you all. So let's open this up in a new tab. So check this out. So this is a real image that we can drag around, that we can save if we wanted to. These are real generated images that we took code and now we generate this image. I mean, there's literally no Canva, there's no Photoshop, there's no Figma, there's no PowerPoint, there's no Keynote, no PowerPoint presentation. There's nothing. This is using Node.js JavaScript to then generate images. I mean, this is so cool. I like coding, just amazes me of what you can build and what you can do. So I think this is just so sick. So check this out. And then as we keep running this out, we'll get another quote, and we'll just be able to keep that going. So again, we've got that 4 words by 4 words by the last number of words, which is 2. And then this is just running our quotes. So super cool. Most important of all, we are going to save. That's right. We're going to save our code, because if we lost this would be tragic. And we're just gonna make sure that it still runs. Love it. Oh, love it, love it, love it. Okay, this is super cool. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna now just hold on to this for now. We're gonna then go back to our application. So basically when you get your script running, this is really great because now you know that it works. And now what we're gonna do is we're going to start building out the front end to support us running a script in the back end. And we're gonna do some cloud stuff in a second. And then we'll work on the front end to kind of visualize those types of things. But this was quite a lot of work that we just did. So, major congrats. We got over the hump of this part. And now we basically just need to refactor this in the cloud and then push this live. So I'm just going to switch this out for a sec. Trying to get the footer here. Okay, sweet, we got that back. All right, I'm going to just edit this one more time. Whoops. Let's fix the stream up. All right, cool. We got some people attending the stream. This is awesome. So if anyone's tuning in right now, first of all, welcome. Super excited to have you here. This is awesome. I'm really excited to have you all here. All right, this is awesome. And also, we've been streaming for 2.5 hours, so this is super cool. Awesome. I'm super excited to welcome you all here and build along with you. So now what we got here, so we got our script if you're like, and literally if you're just tuning in, so what we just did was we wrote a Node.js script that is going to take a random quote from ZenQuotes API. It's then going to put it and format it correctly, and then put it with a random background, and then it'll do that. I'll just do this one more time. So now we have a quote by Emily Dickinson. You know, the quote has love, no matter woman can become itself. So super inspirational, right? We all are super inspired. And then this is a real image that lives with this, and you'll sort of see this here. This is like a little bit of a cliffhanger to the next part. This is a base 64 encoded string. So we're going to be able to then take the string and then visualize it in our front end. But we'll run that in Lambda and then get that back. So I'll show that to you in a little bit. But yeah, okay. Whew. So now we're gonna take our app. We're gonna plug back our VS Code, and we're gonna then be moseying back onto this. Okay, sweet. And I'm just gonna make sure that we've got our full screen. Yep. Yeah, we do. Okay, sweet. And I'm just gonna format this a little bit better. Oh, I realized that the footer is cutting this off. That's interesting. Okay, so just to kind of show you the app. Okay, so one of the things that we're going to be doing is in our Lambda script, we're going to be basically every time that we make a quote and we get a quote back, it's going to increment this number by +1. So then we're going to be incrementing this. Okay, this is like good to know that. Okay, sweet. So now what we have is, I'm going to just make sure that this is all kind of pushed up. Is that still getting cut off? Yeah, it looks like it's, I don't know why it's getting cut off, because it shouldn't be. Weird. Okay. Anyways, yeah, it should be able to see it now. That will be better. Okay, so I guess it just has to go up a little bit. Okay. Anyways, so what we want to do now is we're going to want to start adding in some elements. So I already know, like, first of all, we need an API. So we're using ZenQuotes API, but we need our own API. And what this API is going to do is that it's going to securely allow people with basically non-authenticated users, because we don't really want to worry about authentication right now. We just need to be able to enable this for anyone to use. So we're going to then push, basically allow someone to query and run a Lambda function that then will allow them to run basically our Lambda script, our Node.js script in Lambda, and then get a response back. So we're going to need to be able to build an API. We're going to need to create a Lambda function, and then we're going to just need to do some custom configurations off of the API to allow us to run the default API key through IAM, which is Identity and Access Management, not through Cognito. That's going to be one of the elements that's important in the documentation. So if you see on my screen, I'm going to do Amplify, add API. And this is like one of the best features of this, of the Amplify framework, is that you'll be able to provision an AppSync API server for your endpoint. And I'm going to choose GraphQL. So it's going to have, you know, some sort of custom configurations. One thing that we're going to want to change is the authorization mode. So I'm going to change this to be IAM and configure additional auth types. We're just going to say, actually, I'll show you how to do this in a second. But for Amplify add API, we'll do GraphQL just so you can actually see kind of how this is all configured. So it gives you sort of this custom configuration, and then you don't need to enable data storage, keep that disabled, and then we'll do continue. And then we're just gonna have like a single topic, but we could just have blank schema too. But I'll just show you how it'll sort of help to auto-populate a schema for you. And then we do want to edit our schema, so we'll edit that there. And one thing that I am going to do, just to sort of emphasize best practices is I'm gonna just commit this branch. This is gonna be first commit, and then this auto populate in there. So we're gonna do first commit. We'll do a rocket. I was like putting like first commit as rocket just to like blast off into the project. So when we have added all of this code, so this is basically all of the script here and kind of the responsiveness here, which looks really clean and cool. So now we're going to do first commit. We'll do commit to main, and then we'll publish that branch super fast. Now it's in GitHub. So if we wanted to actually view our GitHub repository, I'll pull this up for you so you can see. So now our repo has all of this code in here. So you'll see here that like this is all the stuff that we just pushed. And we're using TypeScript obviously for this project along with JavaScript and CSS. And that's all there. And that was from literally just a second ago. So that's all working. And I just think it's good best practices to always commit code when you can, because you never know when you need to get your code back if you forgot something. But yeah, just super important. Okay. So now what we're going to do is we're going to start building out our Amplify framework. So one thing also just to know is like you can export this. Basically, if you have a global authentication API key, this will allow basically anyone with API key access to do anything. So this is okay for testing, but you really don't want to enable this publicly anyway. So what we're going to do is we are going to push this to the cloud, and I'm going to actually just so I'm just going to set this up and show you how to do this, and then Amplify, we'll do add function. So the first part was the schema, and then the next part is the function, and we're going to just deploy these together, and then we're going to update them. So I'm going to show you how to create a resource, create it with another resource, and then push it to the cloud. And then we're going to then update those responses, run another CloudFormation script, and then that's going to then update our resources in the cloud. So what we're going to do is on my screen, I'm choosing Lambda function. So after I did Amplify add function, it's going to ask, do I want a Lambda layer or a Lambda function? I just want a Lambda function. And provide an AWS Lambda function name. We're just going to call this inspirational quote Lambda. Oh, and we'll use Node.js. And we're just going to use the hello world template. And we will configure advanced settings later. But let me do that right now. Okay, and you want to add a local Lambda function now? I say yes. And we'll do continue. Okay, cool. So then you'll see the next steps where that all worked out. So that's great. So it'll basically provision this Lambda function. So where do these things live? So they live in this Amplify folder. So what was added to our project when we did Amplify init was it's basically going to configure a current cloud backend and then a backend that is synced with our Amplify project in the cloud. So it's not really wrapped in Amplify. It's more a sense like Amplify is just a grouping of the resources together. And it's a really great way to have visibility over your resources in your project. So I'll show you how to do this. But you have your API, which is our schema there. You have your CloudFormation stack, which is this. And then this is going to be basically provisioning all of the resources that we are creating. So this is how it actually would look with the different, authentication and IAM and deployment and on all those great things. So this is that CloudFormation script that I was talking about. That's where that lives. Now our Lambda function lives here. And this is all, very super basic. I'm just using this more for an example. So when we want to push this to the cloud, we're going to do Amplify push. It's going to then ask us some questions. And are you sure you want to continue? So we'll see here in the status that there is a current, dev environment, which is dev. We have this API and we have this function, and we're creating two resources, and we're going to continue. So GraphQL schema editor, this is super helpful because this will actually check your GraphQL schema for any errors or any inconsistencies, and then alert you to that before you actually push. Can't stress enough how important it is to have basically test-driven development before you actually push something into production. So use tools, use tech to help you build more performant, better code for your end users. And we want to generate code for our GraphQL schema, which we'll say yes. And we're going to use JavaScript actually, let's go back. We do want to use TypeScript. So we'll do Amplify. So literally I just did Control-C just to escape out of that. And we didn't push anything to the cloud yet, so that's all fine. Be sure to continue, say yes. We're going to write code for this. We're going to say yes. We're going to say TypeScript. Enter the file name. So this is where it's going to provision this in SRC. So that's no problem. We'll just be able to put that there. We're going to generate all possible GraphQL operations. This is huge. This is going to generate through AppSync all of the queries, all the mutations, all the subscriptions that you could need for your API as you build it. It's amazing. And for maximum statement depth, you can just stick with 2. 2 is usually the default, but I'll just choose 4 just in case we need to get more. And then file name, it'll just be API.TypeScript. That's fine. So now it's going to run resources to then deploy our root stack of our CloudFormation. And then you'll be able to check your progress as you go along. So super, super great way to be able to be running this. So now what I want to do is I want to build out the next part of our project. So kind of the more cooler elements of our UI. So obviously, this is kind of boring. This isn't doing anything. So what we really want to be able to do is make it do some stuff. So while this is running, our scripts are running in the cloud. Let's build out some stuff. So what we want to do is we want to create basically an on-click event, and then as we click into make a quote, then we're going to be able to make a status window, and that's where it's going to start auto-generating this. Like the quote is in the background, but we're going to be visualizing the loading pattern, and then we'll be able to get that going. I'm just going to keep this open just so we can see when it's all done. Okay. So for make a quote, we're going to want to create a function. I'm going to actually close it out for a sec. Okay, so you can actually see that this is working. So when we had this before where we say hey there. So hey there. So on click, run this function once where it says hey there, and then that's how that's working, right? So what we want to do is we want to create our own function called handle open operation. And this is what we're going to basically use to open up another modal. That's going to be basically the same thing. So it's going to be basically the same style component, but it's going to be on top, and it's going to be showing the loading of the image. And then as we get a response back, it'll visualize that and decode it in TypeScript. So what we're going to do is we are going to start creating our function at the top. So we're going to do quote generation function. Okay, so we're going to do const handle. You can copy that, yeah. Handle code operation equals async, and then we're going to pass it in an event. So we're going to basically, I'll show you in a second, but we're going to pass in an event that's synthetic event. Okay. And then we do arrow function, do this, and then prevent default. So whenever you run a function, we don't want to reload the page. We want to just like run this function and have it not, reload the DOM and those types of things. So we're just going to use e.prevent default, and that's a way where you'd be able to, basically have a function that will execute script, but it won't reload your page. And this was super fast. So it looks like our API endpoint was pushed live, so that's great. So now what we want to do is we want to now just check our resources in the cloud. So let's actually check to see what that looks like. And we'll see our Amplify project. So it should have some resources now in it. Oh yeah, I can actually refresh this page. I'm just gonna refresh here. Okay, cool. Okay, so as we refreshed, now you'll see here that there's an API and there's functions associated with it. So this is probably like one of my absolute favorite features of Amplify is that they have this dashboard where you'd be able to see your file storage. If you configure that, you'll see your API. So we have this model, and then that's not a model, but it'll show you what was deployed with it. and it'll be able to do that. And then in terms of authentication, if you have that provision, you'll be able to use that. And you'll also be able to see your overview of what was deployed and when it was deployed, so just to kind of give you some visibility on that. But yeah, we also have our function. So we haven't actually ran this Lambda function, but it exists, and it's called Inspirational Lambda, which is what we called. So that's all working great, and again, like super awesome that it's all packaged up here, and we can just see very easily what was saved and what wasn't saved. All right, I'm just gonna grab some water here. All right, cool. So now that we have this running, all right, so let's get into the cool stuff. Okay, so in terms of our function, so what we're gonna wanna do is we're going to, after prevent default, so again, like we'll just do this. So prevent reload a page when function execute. Okay. So now we're gonna set some states. So states are really great if you sort of want to have toggles. I like to think of use state as a toggle where something could either be true or false, and you want to set it to be true or you want to set it to false. So set show item or don't show item. You can also use it as a stepper. So you're at step 1, then next step, step 2, next step 3, next step 4. So you use state to provision literally a state for a given variable, and then you use that variable to conditionally render certain elements. So we've already imported useState up at the top, so I'm going to just create some different states here. So process quote iteration states, and we'll do const open generator set open generator equals use state, and then we'll do false, and then we'll do const processing quote, we'll do set processing quote state false. We can actually start typing up some of this stuff. So boolean cool, and then const quote receive. So when we actually get the quote back from Lambda, set quote receive equals use state. It could be a string, or it could be or basically it could be null, undefined. But its default state is null. So basically we haven't received anything yet, so it's okay for it to be null. Otherwise we're going to accept a string, and that's going to be that base64 encoded string. So that's all good. And then we'll do this later. So get quote data from DynamoDB, and we'll do number of quotes, and then set number of quotes. Oops. Use state. This as a type number, or it could be null, and we'll do 0. Okay. So actually something that we will add in our front end is this. So instead of it being 0, I'll get this back here. There we go. Okay. So instead of it being 0, 0, we're going to have it as the value of 0. So it's going to be this number quotes, and then that's where we're going to have it as 0. So if we wanted to set it as any number we wanted to, we could have it where, like, let's say that it's 50. So as we set it to 50, its default value is going to be 50. So as we reload this page, it's going to be 50. See how fast that loads? Like, I love NextJS. With TypeScript, so fast. So it's going to be 50. If we wanted to do 100, right? So we're just using this as the default value, which will be 0. And then we're going to be loading data from DynamoDB, which we'll get to in a little bit. But yeah, so anyways, so now that we have our provision states, we then want to be able to basically do some things with those states. So the initial set of open generators, so we're going to basically open the quote generator, basically div on top of the make a quote div. So we'll do set open generator. We're going to set that to true. And then we're going to also set processing quote to be true. So this is going to be the script that we're going to be using for basically like is loading. So loading open modal. And then this is going to also be quote receive. So like string or no string. Or actually, we'll just say base 64 question mark. So base 64 is like, did we get this string rec or not? And then this is going to be Dynamo item, which we'll get to in a little bit. So now, as we are working on our function, so we're going to basically, so these are the things that we know are going to be true. And then basically by the end of it, we know that we're going to need to set them to be false, which we'll do later. We're going to wrap these in a try catch. So try catches are really great for being able to be, we want to do like test-driven development. We want to make sure that we catch any errors, or if something is failing, we want to fail completely with finality. So if there is an error, so we'll catch the error, and then we're going to console log error getting quote. You kind of name it whatever we want, but I'm just saying error, or maybe just error generating quote, and then we'll basically do colon, and then we'll actually log that error out just so that we can see what the actual output of that was. And of course, we will bring this down here, and then we'll sort of do two different things. We'll also make sure to set processing quote as false. So now the actual action of how we're going to be doing this. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to be doing our run function. So you just need to run. Actually, let's do the schema first, because this might make a little bit more sense in the context of the schema. So when we are working on our schema here, we're going to be querying a query, which might not really make that much sense right now, but it will soon. So in our schema, we already disabled this, basically like the auth key. So what we're going to do is we're going to get rid of this. We're going to create a type called query. And what this is going to do is that it's going to allow us to use as a query a way to run a Lambda function and then get a response back. So if you ever need to do dynamic interactions between your cloud or your front end and vice versa, you'd be able to do it this way. So in our quote, we're going to call it generate a quote. And that's going to be the query that people will call. So in terms of input, we're going to use AWS JSON, which is just double escaped JSON object. And then we'll put that in as a string. And then, oh, that's kind of cool. So it kind of was already putting that in, but we don't need those things there. So now under auth rules, we are going to provision this. So we're going to have an allow statement for public, and provider is IAM. And we're going to run a function, and the name of it is the name that we had in our previous script. So it's here, and it's this thing. So you can literally just copy, so you can just rename it, but don't rename it, but I'm just copying the text. And then we'll say name, and then put this in name. And then what we'll do is that you already have this as a environmental variable for Lambda and for GraphQL and these different types of things, but we'll just do dash environment. So it'll add basically the cloud environment for the function. This can change, but just make sure that you have that in there to correspond with the function. And then that's going to be the query. So this is going to be how we get the quote string back in the front end. Okay. Now in the DynamoDB, so it's going to be DynamoDB object in the cloud. Okay. So we're going to just configure a DynamoDB object that we're going to then be able to change as people generate quotes. So we're just going to call this quote app. Just call it quote app data. Or let's just say quote app, as in like this is going to be data related to our quote app. We'll do modal, we'll do auth, rules. This we're going to do allow. And also, just so you know, these are auth directives. So this is how you would authenticate access to resources in the cloud. AWS provides the security parameters for you to be able to do this type of pattern. So if you only wanted users to be able to, like users that created an item can only see those, you could do allow owner. If you wanted authenticated users to be able to see something, you could do allow private. But for public, this is anyone that can access this at all. So we'll do public provider equals IAM, and then operations, read. And you can basically do all CRUD forms of operation. So create, read, update, delete. Those are the basic functions that you would ever need for an API. And we're going to be able to do that with this. So we just want people to be able to read the this. We don't want them to be able to, do all of the things. Like we don't want them to like delete this object. We just want them to be able to read it. So that's how we'll be able to do that. We'll do a comma after that. And do that there. And then we're going to start configuring our object. I'm just going to move the schema back a bit. So there'll be an ID. That's a required field because we need to be able to have an identification number or a primary key for our DynamoDB object. We'll do query name, string, and then under query name, we're going to do an index. So what's really, really great about DynamoDB, just to kind of give like a little bit of a background of like why I like DynamoDB. So when you have your database, right, you have sort of your rows and your columns, and that's sort of how it'll look like an Excel file. So when you want to find an item, of course you could find it by the ID, but let's say that you wanted to find a given list of items by another field. So what we're going to be doing is that, obviously we could identify our DynamoDB objects by ID, but we want to be able to have a query name that we could then find. So find the DynamoDB object where this field equals X. So if you wanted to do this with a certain price or a certain username, or find X file by username or by price or by product ID, there might be a certain product ID that's not necessarily the ID of the item in the database. So you'd be able to use something called a global secondary index. And that's where you're able to then not just get it by the ID, but then also get it by this other secondary field. And you could configure a ton of these global secondary indexes for your database. So it's a really great way and really cost-effective way to query for your data and find the exact item or the exact items that you need based upon what you're looking for. So we're going to do that right now. So in terms of the index, we're going to give our global secondary index a name. So we're just going to say quotes, query name, and then we're going to do quote query field. We'll call it quotes or quote query name. So this is going to help us get our data from backend into the front end, and then quotes generated. This is going to be the number that we increment. So number of quotes incrementing. Oh, that right. I'm just going to double check that. Incrementing. Okay, yeah, incrementing. Okay, cool. And then we'll just add some other fields here. So created at, use as a string, and then updated at string. But we could actually probably use the AWS date. Yeah, so we just use that as a date. So this is actually, let's do date time. This is a way where you'd be able to actually get the date and the time just included in that type. Okay, cool. So this, I do believe that these are actually created for you, so I don't actually think you have to do this anymore, but I'll comment these out. You can see either way. So as we write this query, we're then going to be basically allowing us to then be able to use the IAM auth mode to then be able to get access to this schema. So basically, as IAM provider, you'd be able to then generate a quote, run this function, get access to this response from the data, and then be able to run your function. So now what we're going to do is we're going to do const response equals, we're going to await our response, we're going to do API, and we're going to use the API module from the AWS Amplify framework. So I'm just going to create some imports for AWS, and then we're going to do import API from AWS Amplify. And of course, it's not going to say, like, it's not going to know what it is because we have to import our AWS stuff. So let's get that right now. So we have our, okay, so there's some scripting stuff that we're going to need to do. So I just want to get all of this together. So this is our command. So if we want to open this in a tab, so we want to do AWS Amplify UI React and then AWS Amplify as the folders. We'll start running those. So we'll just wait for that to load. All right, cool. All right, so it knows now that that's the package. That's all good. I do think that we should also import the API lives types. So I'm just gonna find the script for that. So actually, we might not need to import it as an import. I think we should be good. Yeah, it should be a part of the package anyway under API. Okay. Just anyways, there's going to be some stuff that we need to add for our GraphQL, but yeah, it should be fine. Yeah, because it should be a package there. Okay, sweet. Yeah, we should be good there. So now what we're going to do is we're going to under API. So we're going to do API GraphQL, and then we're going to create an interface. So we'll just do generate data, and then so we're going to use a query, and we're going to use the generate a quote. It might not. Oh yeah, we have to do interface. So let's actually do that first. So this is the TypeScript stuff that we all know and love. interface, and then we're going to take this, and we're going to do this, and then we're going to basically take our function that we already had in our schema. So this, and then this down, and then we're going to do a status code. So this is going to be the status code of our API, our Lambda function, as in like, was it 202, like 200 or 100 or whatever, 100 we need to look for. And then headers, we're going to do key, string, and then string. I need to bracket that out. And then body, string. Cool. Okay, so now this was added to our this, and then if we can generate this, oh, that's right. So we have to run this in the cloud first, and then we could technically compile this locally, but let's actually push this to the cloud first. So we just want to get that kind of going. So we'll do Amplify. Oh, and then the other thing that we're going to need to do, so we are going to be using this mode, which I'll show you in a second. But in terms of auth mode, we're going to need to use IAM. So the default key for the API is, so I'm gonna, let's just view an AppSync for a sec. Make the settings to show. Okay, yeah, I'm going to just not show the primary key because that would be kind of a bad practice. And then I'm just gonna hide the other one. Then I'm going to hide the other one. Okay, cool. All right. This will be a little bit better, a little bit cleaner. Okay, cool. So you'll see in here that by default, it'll create an API key as your default authentication method. If you are using IAM, you don't want to use the API key, you'll have to use IAM. And you'll also need to configure basically like unauthenticated logins. So we will show how to do that in a second. But we'll do Amplify 8, or be a little bit easier to see here. So Amplify update API. And then we're gonna edit our GraphQL API, and choose our authorization modes. We're going to then choose IAM, and then configure authentication types. Say yes because it will still have the API key, so we still can have that. API key, just yeah, we say like API key for Inspirational quote generator app on the tech stack playbook. And then how many days? Default is 7. That'll be fine. So yeah, it might still, yeah, it'll probably delete this. Okay, so we need to do allow destructive this. So just to show you, that's how you would do that. Go authorization modes, do IAM, figure out the authentication types, say yes, key, say API key for Inspirational quote generator app on the tech stack. 7. Okay, so now the schema is updated correctly. This is our basically our framework and our flow. And then we're going to do amplify, push. We might need to do destructive updates. We'll have to see. But yeah, we'll have to do allow destructive schema updates. So basically what it's going to do is it's going to delete the to-do table, but we don't really care because we just created that for just to kind of get that set up. So we'll do amplify, push. we'll do allow destructive GraphQL schema updates. Continue. Getting the window back. I just want to test. Alright, to see how we're doing. Cool. All right, we're still going strong. Wow, this is we're pushing 3 hours. This is awesome. Okay, cool. So and we have a lot done. So there's not going to be a whole lot left here. We're really close here. So now I'm going to update code for GraphQL API. We're going to say yes, and overwrite your schema. Say yes. As this is working, what we're going to do is we are going to. We can see if that's there, but it probably won't be. But anyways, I'll start to map it out, and then we'll get to that other stuff in a little bit. But anyways, so under our schema, we'll do auth mode, and there's going to be basically 5 different types of auth. We do cognito, which is for user pools, API key, which we're going to be moving away from, AWS IAM, which we'll be using. We do AWS Lambda or OpenAI Connect if you wanted to have another third-party integration for your authentication flow. So for auth mode, we're going to choose IAM. So that one, and then variables, we're going to take this, so we're going to do input. We're going to have basically our, like a run stringified function. So to get this, we are going to do const run function as a variable, with run function, const run function stringified equals JSON. Stringified function. Okay, so this is going to be basically creating this double escape. So it looked a little bit wonky. It'll look kind of like something like this. It would be like run function, and then it would be like something like that. Yeah, so it's just to escape the this. So that's just what the double escape JSON will look like. So stringify. So then under const response, we'll generate a quote. We'll do this, and then under inputs, we're gonna run function stringify. Run function stringify there. It's down there. And then we're gonna basically turn our response into something that we can actually use. So we're gonna say take response and use in the front end. Okay. So const, we'll do response, because the response is gonna be stringified equals JSON stringify response, and const response re-stringified JSON stringify stringified, and const body index equals response re-stringified index. So we're going to look for the index of body in our response. So that's kind of like you have your body from the API. So we'll do body equals, and then we're going to do +5 to check those characters at the door, and then const body and. Okay, cool. And our API seems to be working, which is great. So those updates made it into the cloud. So again, like this is super fast, so we're not really waiting that long anyway. So under body index, then we're gonna do body and base 64. So remember that base 64 encoded string that we talked about. So response re stringify dot substring body index. Just checking out the stream. Still going strong. I've been coding for 3 hours. How long has it been? 3 hours and 12 minutes. Whew, okay. We are powering through. This is awesome. Okay. So now under body and base 64, this is gonna be this other string. So then we're gonna do const body array equals body and base. We're gonna do a split to separate it out. And then we're gonna do const body equals body array at the first index of that instance, and then console. Body, and then we're gonna do set quote received with that body response. So this is how we're gonna basically take this output, and then we're gonna set the state into this variable. So it's usually null until we get an object, and then it's string. And then that's how we're gonna basically get this, and then pass that into our child component, which we'll see in a little bit. Okay, so actually now we can just import this. So it should generate a quote. It's gonna pull this from GraphQL queries. So we just enter there, and then now it's added that, where is it? Yeah, there it is right there. So from GraphQL queries, it's gonna pull that in there, and then we'll be able to run this function. So there we go. So now we got the body. So now we just need to do some ending states. So ending states, and we'll do set processing quote to be false because we just finished processing the quote because that would have meant that it worked. And then fetch if any new quotes for the counter. So this is going to be our counter function. Update quote info. Okay, cool. So this is going to be a function that we're going to generate. Yeah. And this will make a lot more sense if we open up DynamoDB. So I'm going to open up DynamoDB, and we'll be able to create an object, and then this will be able to then allow us to edit this. Okay, cool. I'm just gonna pull up DynamoDB in another instance. So something that personally I want to do is I want to use ChatGPT also just to generate some data. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to be creating a DynamoDB object, and this is in our quote app database. We're going to create basically a data point with the different values that we need. So we already know in our schema that we need a few things. So we need an ID, we need a query name, we need quotes generated, and we already know that we're going to need these other values like created at and updated at. So we're just going to put those in anyway. So something that we're going to do is we're going to use basically like this form generator. You can also use it as JSON, but personally I kind of like using the form because it's a little bit easier to see. So we can give it a random name. So we'll just do this, and then we'll just give it kind of a random partition key, which we'll use as the primary key, and then we're going to add another value. So these are basically going to all be strings except for one, which will be number, and that's going to be for quotes generated. So we'll do created at, and then I'm going to use ChatGPT to actually ask. So we are creating, and this is where I want to sort of show how you can use AI along with your build so that you can build much faster and then also be scaling your system, or building your application at a much faster rate than like needing to like look things up online. Like you can just generate things really fast. So we are creating an AWS DynamoDB object, and I need to create a created at / updated at timestamp with AWS DateTime. Can you tell me what the AWS DateTime string would be for right now, which is Wednesday, February 8th, 3:04 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Oh, this is just so crazy that this ChatGPT will just create this string out of thin air for us. I mean, this is just straight up amazing. So, it already knows this ISO 8601 and it's the UTC. I mean, like you can't beat this. I mean, this is just amazing. So we're gonna put this in, we're gonna copy that, we're gonna put that into DynamoDB, and then we're also going to add another attribute, which is going to be our updated at timestamp, and this is going to be basically the same thing. And then under quotes generated, that's going to be a number. So quotes generated, we're going to put this in as 0 because that's the baseline number. And also for query name, string. So remember from here, query name, anytime we'll be able to query by this query. So with the global secondary index, thanks to DynamoDB. So we're going to do query name, and then we'll just call this live because it'll be our live app. So we're going to do create now, and we're going to see if this works. Okay, cool. So we should be able to now find all this data for this item as we basically are building on our front end. So now coming back to this will hopefully make a little bit more sense. So when we are then writing basically our function for how we are updating the quote information, this function, we're going to be updating the quotes generated value, or no, we're going to be fetching the quotes generated value that is going to be updated. So this is going to be changing in Lambda, but we're going to be updating it like in the Lambda script, and then we're going to be viewing it, in the front end, which is going to be super cool. So now what we want to do is we want to put this, we can actually put this below, might be a little bit easier to see. So we'll do check number of votes. People run. Okay. So const, we'll do update quote info, async function. Run this out, and then we'll put this in a try catch because we want to test and check for any errors. Error. Getting quote data error. And then try catch. So let's actually start this stuff out. So we're going to do const response from our, we're going to await this. We're going to do API.ql, and then we're going to create another interface. So we'll do update info data, and then we'll start with our interface above. Wow, this music is so good. Really vibing with this. This is awesome. Cool. All right. So in terms of our object that we're going to be getting from, so we need to declare the types for what we would expect as a response back. So we're expecting an ID, which would be a string. Also expecting a query name, which would be a string as well. What's generated, would be a number. Created at, which would be a string. And then updated at could also be a string. Cool. So now we're here. So now what we want to do is we'll have this in here. So we're going to have a query, and then this is where we're going to do this one that we got. So quote query name. And then we already imported that from GraphQL, so from that import command. So now we have generate quote and quote query name, which was the global secondary index query that we got. And for auth mode, we're going to use IAM again. Use variables, query name, and then that's going to be live. So this is the input that we put into the function to run it, and then basically by live, I'm going to comment the end of this, and then I'm just going to show you. So if we were to just start doing console log response dot data dot something, TypeScript's going to complain, and it's going to say basically, data doesn't exist on this type, all these types of things. So what we're going to need to do is we're going to need to do a couple of things. So we're going to need to create a type guard that's going to help us basically throw errors if the data response isn't what we would expect. So what we're going to do is that we're going to create this specific function called a type guard, which I'll show you above here. So, and I actually learned about type guards through this project. So hopefully this is helpful as an explanation for why you would do these types of things. And this would be really helpful for anyone that's, looking to use, really any of these TypeScript patterns in running and building a cloud app on AWS. So type guard. So we're going to create a function, and we're going to do, I kind of make my variables a little bit more verbose just to make it easy to understand. So I'm going to say is GraphQL results for query or quote name. So then if there's a response, we'll just set this to any. Technically it could be a string, but we'll just say any just to make it easy for us. Gotta go fast at some point. So response is, and then we're going to be using this specific type called GraphQL result. And we'll put this down here. So this is what we imported earlier. If you remember from earlier, this is why we imported that. So we're gonna need that in a second. So we'll do quote query name. And then items, update quotes. Yeah. And then we'll do that. We'll take that out. So then now that we have this there, we're then going to basically return a response.data or a response.data. Query name. Not there. Or a response.data.items. When we query, we're basically looking for a list of items out of a many different types of items. So we just want to check if there's many items in there, which there should be. Okay, and then that's the same query as above. Okay, so this is our type card. Now what we're gonna do is we're gonna import this into our function, which is here. So now what we can do is we'll say if this is not true, so basically if there's not a response, then we're going to throw a new error, and we're going to basically say unexpected response from API.GraphQL. Next up, basically if there's no response on data, then we're going to say the response of the data is undefined, meaning like there's no data to fetch. So if there's no response data, throw a new error. Do response data is undefined. So then if it's past all of those gates, then we'll do const received number of quotes. Do response data.quote. And we have this here. Here. Quote query name. Got items. We're going to pull the first item that's returned. It's only going to be one. That's in the database, but we're just pulling this one. We do quotes generated, and then we do set number of quotes to be this value that we just returned from our await API to GraphQL response. Okay, cool. And then we'll console log an error in case something is going wrong. And then we're going to use something called the use effect hook. So use effect hooks are really good when you want to run a function based upon certain events happening. So you could run a function based upon the page loading. That's what we're going to do. You could also run a function based upon another function running, or if a certain variable changes, then run a function. That's really good if you want to do event-driven development client-side. Or obviously, like we do these things in Lambda in the cloud, but if you wanted to do it client-side, you'd be able to do it that way. So we'll do that. We'll do update. I'm just gonna pull update quote info here. And the way to unsubscribe from this is super important. So just so you don't get into an infinite loop, always make sure that you close this out. Or if you have like some if-else statement in here, that'll also help unsubscribe. You just want to make sure that as you are running a use effect hook that you don't have it run concurrently, because then it'll just like run an infinite loop, and then that's not fun. So kind of want to avoid those types of situations, but we'll be good there. Okay, so save this, and I do want to see if we're able to start getting this data. Find out. So it's going to say no credentials. Okay. So we're going to need to rework our authentication flow because we need to have that in there. So something that we can do is we'll do Amplify. Add auth. So this is where basically when we have this auth directive, we need to be able to allow authentication, but we want to basically do public authentication. So we're going to do the default configuration, and we'll just do username. This doesn't really matter. You want to configure advanced settings. We actually might want to do that. That all looks good. And then we're going to do Amplify update auth. Because we want to do a walkthrough of the auth configuration, because what we're going to be able to do is to allow unauthenticated logins. And that's what we're going to be able to do to allow this public authentication. So the reason why this is super important is because when we have IAM, we're basically using authentication through a provider. And to be able to do this, we need to be able to show that that we're technically logged in, but we're not really logged in, or we're using it as a provider. So that's where it's going to be super important. Cool. So the default for this is no. Present permission that you can control via AWS IAM. So that's what we're going to be doing. So allow unauthenticated login. We're going to say yes. And you want to enable third-party authentication providers to your pool. We'll just say no for that. You want to add user pool groups. We'll say no. And you want to add admin queries API. We'll say no. Multi-authentication. We'll say no. Yeah, I would say enabled. And we'll just choose the default. So you want to override the default password policy. No, specify has refresh token 30 days. So that'll mean that your user stays logged in with their cookie until 30 days, and they'll have to relog in. And you want to specify the user attributes this user can. We're just gonna say no, and then nothing really else to do. And then do you want to add an auth flow? We'll say no. You want to configure Lambda trigger for this? We'll say no. And that should work. So then we're gonna do amplify push. Start running this, and then that will allow us to start running our CloudFormation script that will then allow us to start running our API and get basically the authentication pattern that we need. So that's great. Okay, cool. So now what we want to be able to do is we'll be running this function. We already have all of this set up, which is great. So now I think what we want to be able to do is start actually building out the front end for the quote generator, because that's kind of going to be like the cool part, and then how we'll decode this from the front end, from the script. Okay, cool. So now what we're going to do is we're going to go back into components. We're going to open up this one. So probably you're wondering, like, when does this come into play? So we're going to be creating a function. So a really great way to just start is RAFCE, and then that's to create a React arrow functional export component. So the way that I'm doing this is through React snippets. So it's the ES7 React Redux style component snippets. It doesn't have to be this one, but yeah, I have this one. So it's the ES7 React Redux React native snippets. And then you just do RFC, and then it'll provision functional components. So we're just going to call this quote generator. Cool. So there's going to be quite a lot of stuff that we added here. So I'm going to put this, actually, I'm going to move this here, move quote generator over here. And we're going to be passing down some properties from our parent component to our child component. So you're probably wondering, like, what does that mean? So when we are getting our quote, okay, so there's going to be a quote generator modal, and that's what we're going to be importing from our quote generator. So when we are taking our parent component, so this is the index, this is the main page, so this page. So components, we're going to take this other component. So we're going to do import. We're going to call it quote generator modal, and this is going to be basically the modal because it's a pop-up from components and then quote generator. And you don't need to do /index because if that's the default. So as we start adding this in here, we're going to put this right after the background, but before the next one. So for backgrounds, this is where the modal is going to go. So we're going to put this here, put that there. So we're gonna basically pass down a whole bunch of props. I'm just gonna copy this just for simplicity. But these are all the different properties that we're going to have, and then there's going to be some that we might need to just build out really quickly right now. So this open value, we don't actually have this configured just yet, because we have to create an interface for quote generator modal. So this is where we're going to be setting all this stuff up. So when we have an interface, just pulling this up. Yeah. So this is going to be our function. This connects to this. So we're going to need to create an interface basically to handle these props that are coming in. So we'll call it quote generator. And there's going to be some sort of open, which would be Boolean. And then we need to actually append these props to the component. Otherwise, it's going to be wondering, like, what are we importing? So actually, let's just import these right now. So it'll be open, a close for the modal, say processing quote, set processing quote, and we'll do quote received. So those values there, and then these are all erroring because it's not typed yet. So what we're going to do is we're going to create an interface, which will be this, and then be able to then pass that error function into that. So do you see how now open doesn't have an error, right? So we're going to start adding all these different variables in. So close is going to be a function. And then basically it's a function that goes into void and then processing quote would be Boolean. And then I'm just going to also just copy these for some simplicity's sake. So what's happening here is that we're processing this. So this is a React dispatch with set state action. So this is like set state with a Boolean of true or false. This is a string that's null, and then this is the set state action with string. And then we provide that in there. Actually, I'm just gonna undo that. So we have those here, so that's good. Now we need to basically handle this. So this is saying that cannot find handle close generator. So we need to create a function for handling the close generator. So we have open generator, which is just open generator there, it's open, but handle close generator. So we need to be able to create a function for that. Actually, I'm just going to rename this to be open generator. Make that function the same, or basically, yeah, match that up with that. And then handle close generator. This will make a little more sense because now it's handle open generator. That ends there. What do we do? Close generator. And then that's if you click outside of the modal, it'll close. So we want to be able to handle that closing. So const handle close generator. This. Pull that down, and then we'll do set generator false, and then set processing quote false, and then set quote received null, and then that's where we'll be able to pass that down into props, which we have here, and then the handle or close basically. So this has open and close. So close is this. So close is an action, opens the state. Just gonna check out the stream. Oh wow, we're almost at 4 hours. Oh, this is a good cloud project. Okay. So now we have all these elements here, but we haven't actually used them yet. So now what we're going to do is we're going to start actually building out these elements. So we got all of our functions here, and now we're going to start building out some states. So let's actually build out the front end of this first before we build out this script, just because I think this will make a little bit more sense. Yep. So I'll move this here. We're gonna do our code generator modal elements, and that's how we're gonna start building out basically our pop-up. Okay. So first things first, we're going to get a material UI. And we're going to get something called modal. Actually, we're going to import quite a number of these things, but the things that we're going to specifically use are modal. So we import the material UI, we're going to import backdrop, and then we're going to import animated from React Spring. So these are going to be ways where we're going to be able to just make the dynamic of it a little bit more smooth. So it'll look kind of nice. Cool. So under this, we're going to do modal. The modal is going to be wrapping the whole div, so as you click on this, it's going to prompt this to open up over everything else. So there's going to be some different properties that we're going to add to this. So we're going to call it ID. We'll call this quote generator modal label. Hi. Do spring. Call this anything, so we'll just call this modal. You can generate your quote here. Open, property of open, on close. This is going to close, so basically if you click outside the modal, then you'll be able to close it. Close after transition, and then back drop component. Which we'll define in a sec, and then back drop props. Full out 500. Cool. Okay. So now let's actually get our backdrop element set up. So we're going to need actually a few different things, but we already imported the backdrop actually from here, but we're going to need fade. So that's going to be something that we'll do in a second. And you don't like that, but why don't you like that? Yeah, I'll have to add that a little bit later. In a second. Okay, so fade in, just open. And then we're going to do a whole bunch of different elements, but let's add fade first. So fade's going to be an attribute that we create above this. So actually, I should say starts here, so that we practice this. On fade equals React stuff forward ref HTML div element. Do some fade props, and then we'll do function fade props ref. Okay, I'm just gonna copy and paste this just to make it a little bit faster. Okay, so this is a element that we're getting from Material UI. It's a fade element, and it basically will fade out the background from this to add style. We actually don't really need that style, but if you wanted to, I'll show you where to do that. So if you use style, you can just add your styles in here, and then that's where the styles would adjust. And then for fade props, you're going to get these fade props. We're going to declare another interface, fade props, and then children, React.React element, in the in, the boolean, on enter, and these are just functions that we're calling. So on exited, your props that Material UI defines, you need to hard type them. Cool. All right, so that should be good in terms of that. So yeah, we need to get an art. So yeah, that should be fine. And then yeah, fade needs some stuff. Yeah, it's always good to just double check, make sure that your types are working as expected. So we've got children with React this, got end boolean, exit. Yeah, we should be good. You probably see that there's something that we will see as we go along. Cool. So now what we're going to do is we're going to start creating the quote generator modal con. This is an element that we get from box. So on this, we're going to do import out from style components. We're then going to create this other element. We'll do PXC, like this, and then this is going to be a box component. We're going to import box from Material UI, and this is where we'll be able to give it a little bit of a kind of a cool, sleek style. So I am going to just copy these styles just to kind of make it just a little bit faster, just because we're getting to be 4 hours. I just want to be cognizant of time. So these are just the different styles for the modal container. We'll import these. So I can actually believe we'd be able to start to see this. So if the modal generator is open, yeah. But you see how like now it's going to be getting dark and then be false. Now it's light. So that's kind of where we're highlighting over this other thing. So again, I'll just show you that. So this is that modal over it. So as we span it, it's hovering over this. So this is a div over the other thing. And then when we make it false, it comes back. So this is where we'll get that on click. handle. So I think if we do that, yeah. So if you hover over that, just so you see how when you click over this, right, or you can click out. So now this is working where you'll click on it, it's toggling this element, but then if you click out, then you'll be able to do that. There's another element also that I want to also create, where if we do escape, let's do that right now actually. We can actually always do that later. Come back to it. So we have our style. Okay, so quote generator modal intercom, and we'll get the styles from here. So this is just going to be another div. And if you want to pause, you can just copy the styles here. So we'll import this from style components. And then this is basically putting everything in the middle, remember, of that container. So this will be really great for us to be able to do that. And then we're gonna create basically the circular progress. So this is gonna be that spinning wheel that you saw, where when we're loading, we're fetching something. We're gonna be loading, and that's where we're gonna be able to get that. So I'll show you this component here. So it's going to be modal circular progress. We're going to basically create a styled circular progress material UI component, and then that's this one. And then we're going to make it, with these different styles here. And I can actually show you what that would look like. So if we have these here, so we'll do size, 8 rem, and then we'll do thickness, so I think, oh wait, it was not for that one, for the bottom one. Yeah. Interesting that it's not finding this. Yeah, VS Code with this update, super interesting. It kind of messed up a lot of the imports that you usually would expect. But yeah, we can. Mod? Oh, I was saying modular circular class, yeah, modal. I'm going for like 4 hours, so I might be getting a little bit tired. Okay, so let's actually see how this works. So we already saved this. So then as we make a quote, look at that. So now it's already working with that spinner, which looks super, super clean. And of course, it's all, fully in the middle as we go along. So super, super responsive. That's awesome. So now what we want to do is we want to start adding in a little bit more of some elements. So I'm just going to start copying some of this stuff down. So I'm going to import style. So this is going to be the quote generator title. So as we, this one. Actually, we just want to make sure that we're getting it from quote generator modal elements. Yep. And then for subtitle, same thing. We want to make sure that we're getting it from the modal elements. And then for Wise dev quote, I thought this was kind of funny. So we want to kind of make a Wise quote for it to load with. So you'll kind of see here, like it was kind of funny. You might think it's funny, you might not think it's funny, but I thought it was funny. So we'll add this out here, this out there. Okay, cool. So as we save this, it's gonna complain. So then as we do this, so this is kind of funny where it's like creating your quote. So it's like, if you consider a div, anything is possible. A Wise senior software engineer. Thought that was a good little joke that could be put in there. So thought that was nice. And then what we're gonna do here is we're going to then put an image preview. So that's where the image blob container is gonna go. So there's gonna be this other element that we're gonna have. So see a preview. So that's where we're going to create a quote, put that there. And then this is basically if you're processing the quote. So basically we want to put a wrapper around that process of if it's processing the quote, show these things. So we'll put this as a JSX element. So basically, if there's a loading state, then show this. So there's actually no loading state because we haven't fired off anything yet. So that's actually going to be something that we can take into consideration at a later point. But yeah. So now that we have that, okay. Now what we want to do is, if we have a quote received, we're then going to actually show it. So this is basically if it's loading, goes with that. Do if we receive a quote string back. And I am just going to throw down some code. So basically, if the quote received is not null, then go on this. So this is where we're going to get some more code here. Actually, I don't really like that. Okay. So for the image blob container, we're going to process that. So this is actually going to be a pretty hefty styled component. So we're going to have some animated elements. So this is where the animated elements comes in. So under animations, and then we'll do animated elements.tsx. Styled Style components. And then this is where, I know this is pretty daunting. So what we're doing here is that in the image blob container, we're basically putting it in the middle, we're putting it a little bit down, and then we have some on hover states with the media queries that we talked about previously. So based upon certain states of the width screen, it'll change the sizing and basically what you can do on hover for it. So that'll be really good for us to have. So then when we basically do our image blob container, that'll be there. And then our image blob is going to be a completely separate image. It's going to be a completely separate div. And we're going to actually, I'm going to show you what this could look like with like basically a sample string, and then we'll be able to throw that in there. So under quote generator, we had this image blob. So I'm just going to copy in a whole bunch of code, and then we'll walk through it in a second. Have our image blob functional component. That's here. We then are importing it in here, and there's going to be some sort of blob URL, but actually we won't have the blob URL just yet. So it's actually that's actually okay, because I'm going to show you how to put this in manually, or actually, no, we'll save some space. Basically, all you have to know is just that there's going to be some sort of body, and this is going to be a string, and then we'll be able to add that in as we go. Yeah, so we theoretically could do this all manually, but just for saving time, I'll just kind of do it all regularly. So then for the image blob background, actually it doesn't look like we need that, so I'm going to not include that. Yep. But anyways, the main thing to know from this was we have this box shadow. You'll see this in a second, but as you hover over it, it's going to basically blur out, or it's going to basically create this darkened effect in the background behind it. So this is a great way where if you wanted to highlight or spotlight something, you could create a box shadow and then just make it feather out, and then you make it kind of wide and tall, and then that's where you'll be able to then create the spotlight effect, which you'll see in a little bit. So the blob URL, we're going to be basically passing that in as a state. So I'll pass that down under this. The blob URL is going to be this, and then we'll import use state. And then the animated download button. So this is actually kind of a cool thing. I really like making this with the Lottie animations. So I'll show you how to do this next. So under animated components, we're going to make an animated download button. So yep, so under here, your animation, we're going to do animated download button. Gotta boot up other computer to get the music back. I think I've been streaming for too long. But anyways, yeah. So for animated download button, let's add that there. So there's gonna be animated download button .tsx. There's gonna be a whole bunch of stuff here that we're gonna do in a second. So there's this animated download button. We're gonna handle a download function. Then we're gonna do animated download button props, which is from that. And then there's gonna be this download quote card. And then that's where you'd be able to actually, download the file to your computer. And then also, if you wanted to download the quote card, you'll be able to see the text there. There'll be this Lottie animation and a whole bunch of cool stuff. Okay, so to run a Lottie animation, so that was when there was the button and the thing was moving up and down. So that's a JSON object that allows you to basically animate it. So we're going to add that into our package. So hi, and then we'll do rect Lottie player. This is a great way where you can just start getting Lottie animations. And I'm going to get the Lottie animation from a file. So animated Lottie. So I'll put this under assets. So animated.json. There. Say that. Yeah, so it's a super long file. Super crazy. And then we add that in there. So Lottie is imported from there. And then actually don't use Lottie because we're going to import Lottie from the styled component. So under animated elements, which we already have open, we need a centered Lottie. So I'm going to pull that up. Try to get the music back up. Okay, cool. Should be back. Okay, let's see if that works. Hopefully that does. We can get the music back. There we go. Okay. Yeah, there we go. Okay, cool. That's better. Missed that. Sweet. So now that we got our Lottie animation imported, we're going to start adding in these components. So we're going to import Lottie So that's how we're going to get that. And then there's going to be a download quote card container. It's going to be the next one. And this is what it's going to look like. So we're downloading this quote card. This is the container for that. And this is filling everything. There's an on hover effect to the button. And then we imported that from there. And then the last one is download quote card container. Next. So we'll add this in there. And then that's where we'll be able to have a div for the text. So now when we save this with this, now the button will be able to look kind of cool. So now we want to import the button. So I made that. And then the handle download button, this is going to be the function that we call. To download the file. So let us get that going. So the function that we're going to use for this is this function. So it looks exactly like this, and we are running a function. There's going to be this link output that we get, and then there's going to be a blob URL with a string, and then there's basically this href with a blob URL, and then be able to download the image. So that's what it would look like. So we'll save that, and then we'll see if anything is generating yet. So obviously there's no states that are changing anything yet. These are all things that could happen. So now what we want to do is we want to start thinking about how to run this function and start getting some of the properties together. So let's actually just test some of these states to see if it's passing down correctly. So in our parent component, we have our processing quote. So if this is true, we'll run this. So let us see. We just did that. We need the function to be able to set. So make a quote. So let's just check that out. So set open generator is true, set processing quote is true. So we can actually log this and see if those things are happening. Yeah, so it's true, and then it goes to false. So that's because there's no function that we're actually running to be able to generate a quote, because it's not firing just yet. So that's fine. We'll be able to get that going in no time. But I do believe that this is all set to go. So we can actually see in terms of how it's looking. So if we take out the states, this is what it's going to look like. So it's going to be creating your quote, and this will be the loading screen. And then back. And then if we have received a quote, I'm just going to say null for this. Actually, yeah. So basically, this image is going to live here. And then we're going to have this sick loading animation that looks like that. So then you'd be able to actually download the file if you have a blob URL, and then that's how that'll work. And then, you know, that's kind of cool, right? So yeah, pretty much that. And then the image would actually live there, but obviously we haven't received anything yet. So that's why there isn't anything that's there just quite yet. So our states are looking pretty good. And obviously this makes sense because we haven't received a quote yet. So now we want to get into some of the Lambda-y stuff. So we can start, generating this function. Okay. So, and that's pretty much it from the UI perspective. So now we want to put it all together and make it work. So we're going to open up our Lambda function, and we're going to open that up here. And we are going to start basically taking all of our, if you remember from Replit, so we're going to take our Replit code, all of this here, and then we're basically going to put it in here with a few modifications. So there's some important stuff to note, and we're going to start doing some import statements. So we're going to do cd, and then I'm going to drag this source folder here so that we can start downloading, or basically modifying this folder directly. So something to just note with node fetch. So we're going to need node fetch to run. We're going to need to use version 2. Version 3 has a different way in which the package.json is compiled together. So we need to use version 2 to work with Lambda. So that'll be, that's just kind of like an important thing to know when you're using node fetch with Lambda. And then also with Sharp needs to be imported in a different way. I want to find, where the script is for this. Yeah. So this is the package that we're going to be using called Sharp, and which we've already been using. So there's a specific way in which you need to use Lambda with Sharp. You need to install it with this specific just architecture and then platform with these specific configurations. So I have the script here. Just wanted to show you that this is also in their documentation. So if you ever run into any issues running this, that's why. So just make sure to avoid those things. So I'm going to get the right scripts just to make sure that I can share them here and that they'll be helpful for you all. Okay, so in our specific script for here, we're going to run npm I node fetch at 2 to install node fetch version 2. Again, it's super, super important to note. And then also for Sharp, I want to find where the Sharp package is. So what we need to do is we need to install it this way. So we're going to do npm, and we can actually just do so npm I, and then we do -- platform equals Linux, -- arch equals x64, and then we install Sharp. This is going to install it in a specific way to then generate this base64 encoded string that will then be able to run in our Lambda function. So we'll import it like that. And then we'll be able to start constructing our Lambda function. So let us get that up. Okay, cool. So it's pretty much going to be everything that we've already done. I'm going to make this just a single screen for now, just for simplicity's sake. Okay, sweet. So close this down. Okay, cool. So the way that AWS Lambda works is we're going to be running our Lambda function. It's going to be executing based upon our query that we run, and then it's going to run that function. Lambda's going to run, it's going to get back this string for us to then decode in the front end. So we're going to need to do some configurations off of our Lambda function. So specifically, we're going to need to declare AWS, but we already have that a part of the package. You just need to know that AWS SDK is already a part of Lambda. Kind of would make sense. It's like AWS, like they would include that anyway. So you just need to do that. You don't need to do any AWS import or AWS SDK. And then we're going to create we'll do it together actually at the same time because it might make some more sense. So what we want to be able to do though is as we run this script, we want to be updating that item that we created in DynamoDB. So we're going to be basically creating this event-driven stream of, if you fire this function, then update this database item. So something that they have is just for Amplify, we could do Amplify update function, and then we can add a resource, and then we can basically connect to the database. So we'll do Amplify update function. This is the inspirational quote Lambda, which we already have. So we're going to click on that one. And then we want to do resource access permissions. We want to do storage because DynamoDB is considered storage. We want to update a value. And you want to edit Lambda function now. We'll say yes. Oh, actually, it might not like what I'm doing here. I'll add that in a second, but yeah, so. Here. Yeah, so sometimes it doesn't give you, oh yeah, so we want to compare and we want to go with this function. So we want to, I'm gonna copy these just on the off chance that it doesn't save it, but we want to discard my changes and revert to the file contents. So these are going to be the environmental variables that we call to access our DynamoDB table and then run our function. So let's get into it. Okay. So we are going to do const AWS equals require AWS SDK. We do const doc client. This is how we'll create an instance of the document DB client. So new AWS.DynamoDB.document client. Do so these are the image, or actually, yeah, it's just labeled up. So AWS packages, image generation packages. Okay, so we're gonna do const chart, which we imported already. Then we'll do require chart. We'll then do const fetch equals require new fetch. We then want to const path equals require path. And const s will require s. Okay, sweet. So now, just checking one thing. Yeah, so you should have these packages already a part of Dynamo, but if you don't, or Lambda, but if you don't, you can just install path. So npm I path, but don't install it to your repository, install it for the Lambda function. So right there, so npm I, and that'll install that there. And then, yeah, we should be all set from there. So basically, we might want to do types node. To add that there, just might be make it a little bit easier. So now what we want to do is we added these elements. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we are going to create a function that's going to execute outside of the event handler. And then this is going to be basically updating the DynamoDB client element every time that the function executes. So async function, we'll call it update, quote, the DynamoDB object. And then we'll do const, quote, table name equals process.env dot, and then we're going to look for the value that says table name. So these are at the top, and we'll do the one that says quote name, so right there. Then const quote object ID equals, and then we're going to go back to DynamoDB. We're going to try to find where that element exists, which is this one. And we're going to copy its ID. We're then going to put that in there. And now we're going to do a try catch to basically update this DynamoDB item. So we're going to do var quote param equal table name equals name key ID equals subject, and then we're going to do update expression. We'll do set and quotes generated equals quotes generated plus an increment value. We'll do expression values. We'll make sure that that increment value equals 1. So every time that we run this function, it'll increment the quotes generated by 1. And then expression attribute names. This. What's generated. Then return values was updated new. So that's going to be our basically our DynamoDB query statement, and then const object equals await dot client. Okay. Quote params promise. We'll return an update quote object. Otherwise, we'll catch the error, and we will console log error updating DynamoDB object. So that's going to be the function that we'll run to update DynamoDB. Now what we're going to do is we are going to basically copy almost everything from our previous Replit. So let's pull up the Replit. There's Replit. Okay, cool. So we don't need to copy, the sharp stuff because we already have that, but we do want to do the get random function. So we're going to copy all of this all the way down here. And we are going to basically get rid of all this stuff because, well, actually, I might need that. Yeah, I'll save some time. Okay, so we'll just keep it. So when we first log this event, this is just important to know, like when the event fires, this is just going to log the output of the event. So it has response data, it has maybe auth token if you want to check that out. So all of our function and everything is going to basically be executing very similarly. We have our variables here, we have our response here, we've got our JSON, we're pulling out the the quote text, the author, we have our width and our height and the text, and we're breaking up the words in the same ways that we talked about before. And then we're creating the tspan element and all these types of things. This is all going to be the same stuff that we saw in Replit. And again, for anyone that's just tuning in, so what we're doing with our quote generator is that as we run it, it's basically going to be taking a random quote and then putting text in along with the quote author, and then adding a random background around. So again, like we'll do another one and then see how it's like 4 words, 4 words, 4 words, and then 1. So this is how we are generating this quote image. And then this is like a image that you could download. This is like a downloadable image and everything. So this is all well and good. We're, still going to be, basically doing literally everything the same. Background images, we are going to need to add these to our Lambda function. So we're going to add this as a folder called background. So we'll call it background. And I do want to copy these from here. So I have these saved locally. I'm just going to drop them into here. And then that's where we'll get these art as well. Cool. So now when we run backgrounds index, it already knows that it's under the backgrounds folder, so they live there. And then random index, same thing, math.floor, literally the same exact way. Background images, same exact way. And this type of thing. Okay, so now where it's going to get a little bit different is instead of it basically exporting this image, we can't really create this image and then send it to the front end. I think that it's much easier. And okay, so theoretically speaking, you could upload the image to AWS S3 storage bucket and then save it there. And then you could call the URL of that file. But I wanted to actually use this project to learn a little bit more about how you could send this base64 encoded string through the Lambda function to the user client side. So instead of it basically generating an image, we're going to basically run and basically create an image path in temporary storage or Lambda's ephemeral storage. And then we're going to be downloading that or like exporting that in our script. So with this composite, this image together, we're going to be changing this just a little bit. So we're still going to have the image buffer. There's going to be buffer from SVG image. Now what we're going to do is we're going to say const image path equals path. So we imported this just now, but we had path.join. We're going to do TMP for temporary storage in Lambda, and then we're going to call it quote card.png. Now our const image is going to await sharp. It's going to do the selected background. It's then going to composite. We use SVG buffer, top left, those types of things. We're going to take out this to file because that was more of a Replit situation. And what we are going to change it into is we're going to call it image path. So that's where we're going to be tracking where we put the image path, like what that goes to. We're going to be basically looking for that. And then we're then going to do a try catch. Do you just want to see where this function ends? Okay, not for a while. Okay, cool. So we should be good there. So now under image path, now we want to update DynamoDB object. Okay, so we're going to try, and we're going to do try catch. Oh, we got some responses in the chat. Oh, hey, how's it going? How do you say your name? Knock7C9, how's it going? Yeah, welcome to the stream. We got yeah, we've been streaming for 4.5 hours so far. So, oh, just Knock works. Okay, hey, what's up? That's awesome. Cool. Well, thanks for tuning in. Yeah, we're building an image generating script. So it's a front end app where you can generate your image in a server like this, and then you'll be able to decode it in an app like this. This is how it's coming along so far. But yeah, thanks for tuning in. So yeah, so we were just creating this try catch. So S3 plus Lambda. No, so not S3. So this is kind of interesting. So we're gonna create a base 64 encoded string, send that to the client, and then it's gonna decode that into an image. So I wanted to not use S3, but show that you can generate image as a code, like basically generate like a string, and then decode that in an application. So website author Lambda. A website's gonna be it's localhost right now, but it theoretically would be hosted via Amplify hosting. So it'd be like Amplify hosting, hosted in an S3 bucket. But yeah. Yeah. So now we're gonna update this. So we're gonna do update quote DynamoDB object, and then that's this function, which is up here. So this is our DynamoDB function. We're updating this, and we're gonna run that right here. Cool. So now that we have this is running there. Then we are going to do a return statement. And then we're going to do status code 200, and then headers, content. So I'm going to just copy this because it's getting quite late. But anyways, status code of 200, headers, we're going to allow only an image.png, so only an image is the type that we would be, decoding. In terms of body, we're going to read from the file system. So there's going to be this image path that we generate, and we're going to do to string base 64. This is how we turn this image into the base 64 encoded string. And then is base 64 encoded, we say is true. And then we do that out, and then we are going to return await get random quote. This up. Okay, cool. And then I'm gonna just remove this other stuff, and then so that's pretty much all lines of code. So about 160 lines of code of Node.js, and then we should be pretty good to go. So seems like everything's in here that needs to be in here. So I think this would be safe to save this, and then we'll do an amplify push. Just to get this going, and then we'll do yes. Yep. So while that's running, we might want to start working a little bit on how to get the data from the front end. So I do want to get that no credentials out of the way. So let's try to get that going. So I'm going to update our object. I'm just going to make this to say 20. Just so that we'll know if it's 20 or not. Yeah, so let us try to get that configured first. So yeah, at least while that's running, because that might take a little bit of time. So on our index page, set number of quotes. We're setting number of quotes from our query. So I do want to test some things because it'll be helpful to actually have this configured. And I'm going to be testing on my other screen. Okay, that was super fast. All right. So now what we want to be able to do is we want to test to see if we can basically like run this function and then, have it actually execute. So let's go and do that. So from our homepage, we do handle, or basically handle generate quote. Quote made. So handle open operation. So we're gonna be running this specific function. So I do want to see what will happen when we run that. So it seems like we should be good. I'm going to just check CloudWatch logs to see if we're able to fire this off. Yeah, we have GraphQL in this. Yeah, so we've got everything. This is like a full stack project. So yeah, it's pretty intense. Yeah, so I'm just checking out the log groups. It might be also good to show. I don't think we've fired this off just yet. Oh, hey. Oh, someone just joined again. Hey, what's up? Thanks so much. Keep up the work. Can you tell me what you're working on? Yeah, so we're working on Inspirational quote generator. So the way that it works is you log in, or basically like you would access this from a website, and then I'll show you the Replit script. So when you run this basically with Node.js, it's generating a new image with a random quote every time. So it'll switch out the backgrounds and it'll, allow you to generate like a new image each time. So yeah, it's kind of cool. So it's generating these images in a server, and then we're going to be basically getting that image from the front end. So right now we're just working on the Lambda scripts. So you query it from the front end, you run it in the back end, and then you get a response back from the front end. So sweet. Yeah. Thanks. Yeah, this will be a cool project once it's finally done. We've been streaming now for almost 5 hours now. So this is like a pretty good build. So once we get it done, it's going to be like a pretty sick project for any portfolio, or even just learning, AWS API, database, those types of things. So yeah, it's cool stuff. But yeah, thanks for joining. Yeah, would love to hear your thoughts as we keep this up. Cool. Okay. Yeah, I'm just checking out some stuff in AppSync. Trying to learn a little bit more about how we're running this. So I'm gonna just check out the API. So I wonder if we just might need to update the API again. GraphQL. So we want to do API key. That's the same. Push. Oh, while we're loading, this is a good question. So planning to switch careers to front-end development. Any suggestions on how to start? Yeah, this is super awesome. I just think everything's going virtual. We use so many virtual technologies. So I don't think there's ever a bad time to get into tech, especially right now. If you want to do front-end development, I would say pick a language that you really like. Oh, and then you said, I got the basic info about HTML, CSS, JavaScript. but any inputs from you about, okay, yeah, totally. So yeah, definitely learn HTML, CSS, JavaScript. This project, for example, uses NextJS with TypeScript. So I think if you wanted to level up your front end skills, building a project like this, where you're building it with styled components, you're building it with, a design library like Material UI. A really good way to actually get started would be do Material UI. So Material, be right here. So this design library is awesome. They have tons of these custom components where you can basically configure all of your UIs. So I would say like get really good with design, like really, really good with design, like knowing how to do cool stuff like fade out backgrounds or on hover animations, or you click a function and then something can happen. So knowing those, like knowing basically like how to do functions in the front end, and then using a design library. Material UI is really good. There's also Chakra UI, but like learn this. So it's materialui.com. Get really good at these components because they have different elements like a rating system. Like they have ones where like you could do stars. And then something that you could do is you can open this up in a code sandbox and actually see how the code is constructed. And then I think you should like take these types of components and then actually learn how they're working. So like what's really awesome is like you can actually see the code, you can see the full code. Like deconstruct these and find out why they work, why they don't work. You'll learn a lot about state, you'll learn a lot about, style manipulation, a whole bunch of stuff. But yeah, I would say knowing styled components as a design framework and then understanding how to work with components in a framework like NextJS and TypeScript, huge. Yeah, great questions. And then let me just bring this other one up. So what's a design library? I know about React, Angular, but not much about that. Yeah, so design library are just basically like, think of it as like a library of components that you would use, or a framework you'd use for your project. So as you want to use a button, or like a rating system, like you might use something like this. Styled components is a little bit more of like a design framework, because when we're building, you'll have, your index file, but then you might have elements. So the framework, you can actually watch the replay of the video of this live. It kind of walks through how to set it up, but you have these elements and then you import these elements into your app. So then like gradient background is like this element, and then styled components is the design framework behind that. And then you might use Material UI components in your application. So that's kind of how to decouple design library from design framework, but they work kind of hand in hand together. But yeah, got it. Okay, yeah, cool. Good questions. Yeah, thanks for these. Yeah, so now that we're back, I'm just checking out our API. Okay, cool. Yeah, so what I was just testing was making sure that we can have identity and access management as the way to provision this, basically our API. It wasn't actually showing, so I don't think that we pushed the IAM, basically the authentication default, to cloud just yet. So now we want to generate a quote. I'm going to put in a string, which be a random one. The AWS JSON. So awesome. So like you can literally just plug this into ChatGPT and it'll just give you an example. Like so helpful. And then we could say like, I am looking for a double escaped JSON to use as AWS JSON. What would that look like? ChatGPT can be your programming buddy to help you as you need questions. Okay, yeah, while we're asking these questions. So yeah, another good question. So can you tell me the difference between a framework and a library? Yeah, they're kind of the same things. I think a framework is how you build and a library is what you would use for your build. So let me show you. Actually, in our build, we have an element. Where's our app? Yeah. So we have make a quote. I'm gonna show where this is, so you can actually see. This is like a good example of that question. So processing quote. Okay, yeah. So we'll make this. Pick this up. Okay. There we go. Okay. So you see in the middle that we have like this spinny wheel. So this is called circular progress, and this is a component out of the Material UI MUI components library. So when you have a library of components that you can pull from, you could actually just pull from open source libraries like Material UI, or you can make your own component library. Oftentimes at enterprise companies, they'll have their own component library for their own design styles. So you might need to use that specific library. I often think of a framework as how you go about using components or how you go about building libraries. So what I used, so like there's some examples where I created a Babel RPC script, and then I messed around with the next config to allow for styled components. So as a framework, I like style components. You might also hear about like Tailwind CSS. I'm like very not bullish about Tailwind CSS. I think style components is absolutely the best. But that's like how you would go about building it. So style components is really great because you can turn CSS into JavaScript and then be pulling in components. But yeah, good questions. But I think like knowing how to work between different types of design libraries and frameworks are really good, or get really good at one framework and show your excellence at that. So like my strong point would be styled components. So like I would dive deep into styled components rather than learning, SCSS and like all these other ones. You'll sort of learn them as you need, but yeah, CSS is really important to know for front end. But yeah, again, good questions. Keep the questions coming. This is great. All right, so we do processing. Yeah, it's false. And then so I want to test if we can get this. Okay, so what did ChatGPT say? So ChatGPT said test. I feel like I don't know if this is going to be too many escapes. What? Oh yeah, it's this. First escape. Okay. So we'll put that in here. Yeah, okay. So we might get some errors, and I might say unauthorized access to generative on type string. Okay. So I'm gonna just copy this query. I'm gonna see if we can run this on the API key. And we're not able to. Okay. Done this before. Yeah. So basically, a component is needed on the front end. That component has its code, which is a library. You access that library for the component code, and then you build your own. Yeah, that's like a great example of it. Yeah, that's a good rundown of it. It's like learning how libraries, you could sort of use libraries to make components, but you could also make your own components, and then you use that code in the front end to do certain things. But yeah, these are great questions. All right, so now what we need to do is we need to find a way to generate quote to run. But it's saying that it's unauthorized because we probably don't have the auth rule set up. So I do want to see if I'm just going to check our auth role, see what's up there. Oh, you're saying, so basically pull the component code from the library and then store it. Yep, yeah, so you'll import it into your app, and then you could use that, or you could change the styles, however you like. And then you organize it on the framework. Yep, and a framework can be your own mini library to store the component code. Yeah, yep, exactly. And then you can get really good at certain things. So if there are certain patterns that you really like for your frameworks, then you just kind of use those types of patterns and styles. Yeah, you got it. Yeah, so we should be able to access this. I do want to test the Lambda though. Let's see. Oh, thanks so much, man. I appreciate you. Thanks so much for the compliment. I'm glad I could be able to be of help. I feel like if you go back to this build, you'll probably learn like quite a little bit about how to, provision certain resources and, set up your app, especially using styled components in NextJS. It took me a really long time to figure out how to get it just right. So I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm going to drop some examples in the chat for you just to check out. But yeah, these are the styled components. Oh, hey, thanks for the sub. Oh, super appreciate it. Thanks a lot. Yeah, I'll drop this in the chat. So styled components. This is a good one. So that's like my framework, front-end framework of choice. So it's used by tons of companies all over. It's very viral. And then if you wanted to use design library, Material UI, I'll drop this in the chat. This is that. So Material UI is this one, and then style. I realized style components. I didn't share that in the chat just yet. But yeah, so this is style components, and then this is Material UI. And then style components looks like this. So I was saying, like, it's used by tons of different companies like GitHub, Spotify, Wish, Red Bull, Airbnb, Reddit, IMDb, BBC, like tons of different types of companies, Vimeo. So yeah, it's really widely used. And I feel like if you learn how to use frameworks used by the big companies, then that'll really future-proof your skills for the future. So yeah, it's good stuff to know. Those libraries. Material UI would be a library. I'd say styled components would be a framework. Yeah, so UI equals component library, and styled components equals. Yeah, for sure. You got it. Okay, so we do inspirational quote generator, inspirational quote lambda. I just want to see if this will execute. All right, so I'll show you all how this is working. And then this is how we would debug and test and make sure that things are working. So as we test, we'll create an event. So we'll just call this, my test event. And it's just going to basically pull in one thing, this key. And we'll just call it hello world, yeah. And then we're gonna save this as our test event. Oh, let me get rid of the comma. And then we're gonna run this, so we'll do test. And it should run. API URL is not defined. Oh, okay, so that might be why we can't work with it. Okay, so API URL is not defined. Let us see what's going on here. Usually this means that it's defined, but we didn't. Oh, I don't think we actually added it. Oh, that's why. We need to define that. I think this is what happens when you like stream for 5 hours. You just get like inundated with things to do. Okay, so where is my copy where I just add that? cool. Okay, so we're going to put this right over a random quote. So API URL equals event. All right, I'm just gonna push this to the cloud real fast. Push. And then you do the --y, that'll just allow you to, update, super fast. You don't need to like press Y each time, it'll just auto correct. Oh, what's that React.js Angular Vue Tailwind? Oh yeah, so those are front-end frameworks, but it's not design frameworks. So if you think about like the structural elements of a house, it's like you could build a React house, you could build an Angular house, you could build a Vue house, you could build like those types of different houses. Or you could build like a Flask with Python, and that's like a house. But then Tailwind or Bootstrap, that's kind of like you have different wallpaper, or you use cement in the house, or you use different, it's kind of like the methodology behind how you design it. So you could use Tailwind in a React or an Angular or a Vue app. It's just the design framework of how you use basically the styles and declare them. Bootstrap kind of used more for templates, but it's not really used very much anymore. Yeah, I would say like style components, Tailwind, like Sass, like SCSS, like Sassy CSS. Those are used a lot, and then just basic CSS is used a lot too. But if you think about it, like React is how the app is going to run. So it's like the web page with a server, and then it would be using a design framework in there somewhere. Okay, cool. All right, so let's see if we can get this to execute again. All right, so we're gonna run this and we're gonna see if basically I get ran. So it's erroring before because we didn't find it. So let's see if we test it again. All right, okay, cool. So we got that, sweet. So yeah, we got basically like the details of this going, which is great. So what we're getting here, which is actually super cool, which I'm gonna show you all in a sec. Okay. So this is exciting. So what we did was before in Replit, we were specifically, wow, this music is so dramatic for like this moment. So what we did was we took that, basically it was configuring this image in Replit and then saving it. But then what we want to do is save it as a base64 encoded string. So we're going to be able to take this string and then we're going to use that in the front end. So this is where it's going to generate each time. And this is going to be a new string every time that we run this function. So we got this going in Lambda, which is awesome. Now we just need to get the authorization to work from the front end. Oh, this song is so good. I want to like pump it a little bit. Cool. All right, so Lambda's good. So we can cross that off our list. And now we literally just need to get the auth rule set up and be able to query from the front end. And then we should be ready to rock. Yeah. Oh, okay, in the chat. I'm from India, so I search for most companies ask for React, Tailwind, yeah, SCSS. Yep, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. React, huge. It's kind of how progressive web applications work now. I think if you wanted to really level up, I would probably be going for NextJS. That has ways to use server-side rendering. So SSR is really, really hot right now because you can fetch data before pages load. So if you ever do like preview images or in frames or any sort of dynamic data loading, that's where SSR is going to come into play. So learning that's going to be really pivotal for you, I think. And yeah, and obviously like know a design framework. So Tailwind is good. I personally like, I think style components is way better. So I'm more bullish on that. It's also like, it's how like 99% of the internet is styled. So it's not Tailwind, it's style components. Just saying. But that's also how I learned it too. So I'm more bullish on how I was taught. Okay, cool. So we got this going. Oh, in the chat, yeah, for sure. Okay, so I'll mention that. So yeah, NextJS plus S. Learn how SSR works. Yeah, so I'll show that. So NextJS, like learning how server-side rendering works. Really great pattern for building really dynamic, snappy front ends. Like this is like what you build for like really big projects, scalable projects. And then also TypeScript. So typing your code. So learning how to use TypeScript. I've been learning about TypeScript for the past like 8 to 10 months. Like really like trying to like actively learn it and implement it into projects. So it actually taught me quite a lot about code that you it's like you think you knew a lot about code, and then you start coding in TypeScript, and then you're like, wow, I know nothing. So it helps you really learn how you are coding and what actually is supposed to be happening or not supposed to be happening. So it's a great way to kind of check yourself and make sure that you don't run into errors, you don't run into issues. It's a good place to be. All right, so we still need to get the data from our API. So I do want to check out my Notion because okay, I'm gonna try updating update off. Actually, not off. Update API. Gonna do GraphQL. So authorization mode. So IAM's the default, and then we'll configure auth. So we need to configure them. So this and then cognito. I think it might need cognito. We shall see. Amplify update off. Oh, hey, I'm so glad, man. Thanks so much. Yeah, I'm glad it could be of help. Yeah, you're definitely on your way. You're asking all the right questions, and it seems like you've been doing a lot of good research and everything. So that's awesome. I'm super excited to see, your journey. And yeah, so you downloaded VS Code. Should I change to TypeScript? I think TypeScript's really good once you kind of know like why you're using TypeScript. I think using TypeScript right off the bat might kind of be a turnoff, to be honest. Like I don't think people that code, to be honest, like really actively like TypeScript. I mean, I think you just get used to TypeScript as a use case. I think like I would much rather enjoy learning React and JavaScript, and then it's like you add TypeScript to a project when you have to sort of add type safety to certain things. But yeah, I think like when you're just trialing out, TypeScript might be a little bit aggressive for just getting started. Yeah, I think you should be good with just normal normal JavaScript, React. Okay, cool. So apply default configuration. We want to walk through all the auth configurations. So allow unauthenticated logins. We say yeah. So I think that's already selected. So I'm gonna just do amplify, push Y, and I'm gonna see if we can just get access to running this stuff. But I think in the meantime, I could show you how it works, or how it's gonna basically decode something. All right, I want to see if I can take this value. It's like super long. Holy smokes. Okay. I'll put that in here. I wonder if this will work. Oh no, because we don't have buffer yet. Oh yeah, let me add buffer. Yeah, do we have buffer yet? Or it's gotta wait for this to work. But yeah, I mean the Lambda is working, which is awesome. So again, we'll test it again. So we're just running basically, like, it doesn't really matter what you put into it, but as long as you test it, and then it'll run, and then we'll get a success, and then we'll get a completely different string than what we had before. So that's this base 64 encoded string, and then we just need to be able to get this from the front end to the back end. Oh, we got it in the chat. Yeah, keep it simple for now. I would say don't try to like do the craziest stuff first. I mean, if the craziest stuff excites you, like go for that. I just think like going in stages also shows that, you know, you're learning and that you are like taking on different, you know, steps as you go along. So libraries for different features and style components, frameworks to design the entire skeleton of the app. Yep, yeah, you got it. Yeah, that's a good way to think about it. Yeah, the framework is like the skeleton. Yeah, I like that approach. And then libraries are for different features or style components. Yep, yeah, exactly, you got it. All right, so we're gonna try again to see if we can get this to run. Can you show how a framework looks or work with it? Yeah, we're actually going to be using we're using styled components in this. So this is the design framework. So for example, when you create styled components, you'll be able to export basically this component with certain styles, and then you'll import that into your front end. So yeah, we'll be using styled components as the design framework here. All right, so this is interesting. So it's still not giving me access to data and no credentials. Interesting. So I think what we're gonna have to do is update our flow. Oh, I know why. Oh goodness. Okay, this is like a AWS moment. Okay, I know exactly why we don't have this, because we don't have the wrapper. Okay, this is super important for any project. Okay, I'm glad that we're actually going through this whole build, because as you build these types of things, it's like you have these big aha moments. Okay, so the reason why it's doing this whole no credentials is because we need to wrap basically our AWS identifier around this project so that any request knows to send it to the API. So what we're going to do is we are going to, in that underscore app.tsx file, we're then going to import Amplify. And actually, we should be able to just use that from AWS Amplify. And import C imports. And then we're going to do Amplify configure. And or yes, imports. The rendering is true. And then we pass that down to the app, and then should be able to access this. Oh, wait. Oh, I think we got it. Okay, wait, let's see if we got it now. Oh, nice. Okay, this is awesome. Okay, this is super cool. So now we have the quotes generated where it's actually working. So I'll show you. Well, actually, I'm going to revert our DynamoDB object back. So I'm just going to refresh it. So technically, it's only run once. So I'm just going to edit this back to this v1. We had it as 20 before. So I'll show you now that it's actually working. So now if we want to do this. So see, so now it's doing 1. So now we're going to try to see if we can run this function and get it to work. And then it should update every time. And then I'll re-explain kind of how this is going. But yeah, we are like super close to finishing this build and closing it out. This has been like almost 5.5 hours of streaming. So we are going strong. TechStack Playbook does not sleep. We keep pushing. Okay, cool. So now what we want to do is where's Amplify? And then functions. Yeah, I mean, this whole framework is just so great. Because you can just like call into the Lambda and like test that. It's just so great. Oh, love it. Okay, so we're gonna test it. So we'll test. I'm just gonna. Cool. So now I'm just gonna get some water. Wow, this has been streaming for 5 hours. Whew. Right. So now let's see if DynamoDB updated. Oh, we didn't actually. Did we run it yet? Oh, okay, cool. So did you see how when we did Dynamo, or we ran Lambda, it's now updating Dynamo. So this is that DynamoDB update rule where every time that we run this function and it succeeds, it's going to then increment by 1 the quotes generated object. And then that's where in the front end, we're able to then get it. So it'll generate again. So check it out. So now it's pulling 2. So this is great. So we are super close. So now, okay, all right. We are like we're so close. Like, oh my god, I just want to like come on screen. Like, literally, we're so close. Like, so close, so close, so close. Like, literally so close. Check this out. So the image is going to go right here, like right below here, and then you'd be able to download this image. But do you see how we have this base64 string? So this is going to be that string that we get. So it's logged on line 81. And we just need to be able to basically show that there. And then we are literally so close. Okay, so under image blob, let us make sure we understand what we were doing. And then we can close out this build. I also might change this around a little bit, but yeah. This is so cool, everybody. This is awesome. Okay. So this is logging on line 81 under pages index. Okay, so line 81 in our pages folder. So we know that it's here. Line 81. Okay, so body. So body gets set to quote received. So then quote received, we want to set that as quote receive. Okay, so do we not? Yeah, we must pass quote receive down. Where do we pass it down? Yeah, so we pass it down to quote generator modal. And quote received, it's already in the string, so we pass that in. And then, yeah, so okay, so it knows that we have a quote received, and then we have to pass that in. See preview image. Okay, so image blob quote received. Oh, okay, we're not calling that in. Okay, there we go. So I'm actually going to just delete this because this is like a whole long string that I was actually testing this like before, and I was trying to test to see where we would be bufferizing the image. Okay. Whew. So quote received. So I think if we get the blob URL, yeah, I think we need to get the. I'm actually gonna check this real quick. Okay, so we need to get the blob URL instead. So, do we get the blob URL? Yeah, so in the quote generator, so it must not be making the blob URL. So let's see where that's going. Oh yeah, we don't have the this hook. Oh, okay, there we go. Okay, so we're gonna just add this one last element, and then I believe we should be all set. Yeah, okay, cool. All right. So to actually get this blob URL constructed, we're going to create a user effect hook. So construct blob URL for preview plus download. Okay, and then we pass this down from the parent to the child. So we're going to do use effect, and we're going to run this basically every time that there's a quote received. So that's one of the really great benefits of use effect is that type of pattern. So use effect. I'm going to put that down, and we're going to do if quote received. Then going to do const array data equals buffer quote received base 4 blob new blob binary data. So an array of binary data with type image PNG. This is from the response from the API that we're gonna hit the Lambda function back. Const blob URL generated equals URL dot create object URL blob. So then console log blob URL generated, and then set blob URL as blob URL generated. And then, oh, this should be user effect. Okay. And then something that we're going to want to do in addition to this if statement is we're also going to want to basically revoke basically this URL. So every time that we generate a quote, we're going to do we're just going to make a blob URL, and where this blob URL comes in, I'll show you, but it saves to your local storage in your browser. But every time that you generate a new quote, it's going to delete the previous one. So that's where we're going to do this return statement. And then URL dot revoke object URL of URL generated, and then do that. And then we're going to run this every time there is a quote. Okay, cool. And then we're just going to need to import use effect from the top. And then, yeah, okay, cool. So this is now that blob URL. All right, so we got it. So now this is our dynamic quote. So every time that we want to run this, oh, and I think we might just need to refresh it just to sync out the props. I think I might be a little bit confused. All right, let's see if it works. All right, I think this is working. There we go. Okay, sick. So you'll create your quote, and then it'll be pulling out these quotes in real time. It's taking basically this base 64 encoded string out of Lambda, and then it's using buffer to then turn this into a blob URL. So I'll actually show you. So if you want to open this image in a new tab, So this lives in your local host's storage, but then I'll show you that when you create a new quote, right? So now if you refresh, this image doesn't exist anymore. So this is a really efficient way for you to show, basically how to create this temporary storage for a given time, but then on a given element happening, it'll then delete. So I think this is a pretty cool way to show, any sort of, portfolio project or any work sample where you're generating an image in a server and then you get the response back, but then you don't need to hold on to the storage, or you don't need to keep it. Because think about it, like if you make this quote, you want to just take it and then you want to like maybe save it or maybe copy it and then put it into, like Twitter or, LinkedIn or something like that, or Facebook. All right. Oh, I really like this quote. Okay. I'm gonna make a post about this, because this is super cool. All right, I'm gonna post this. We're gonna say, and we'll take a picture of our build. Just to show that it's real. Can we get another quote? What would be a cool quote? I want to get like a photo of the spinner. Oh, it's so fast. I like can't even do that. Let's see if I can get it. Oh, there we go. Okay, sniped it. So then how do I crop it? Do I need to save it or something? Okay, yeah. I'm gonna just crop this. Okay, cool. So I'm gonna say, just finishing an epic 5-hour live stream on Tech Playbook. We just built a completely serverless quote generator. Style components. And what else? What else do we use? Okay. All right, I'm gonna get a video of the stream. How we've been streaming for. I want to check this out. Oh, just 5.5 hours. I'm gonna say 5.5. Sweet. Okay, cool. Gotta get proof. If you don't tweet it, did it really happen? Are you on Insta? Also, just type Answer 20 questions for a tech movie. No, these are like great questions. Like honestly, I asked so many questions to people that I look up to when I was getting into tech and still look up to, and like there was like one person I was asking them literally questions every single day about Python, and she still remembers that. But it's like you have to do that because you have to be able to kind of like ask questions, otherwise you don't learn. So I don't think you should ever be afraid to ask questions, whether you're like a newbie or advanced. I think you will stop learning if you don't ask questions. And like especially knowing the right question to ask. So like you being here and like watching the stream, like go and rewatch this build and you're gonna get so much value out of this. I guarantee it. Okay, cool. So I'm just gonna test out one function to see actually how this will work. Oh, this is really sick. Okay, so we have the download button working now. So if you want to check this out, so this is how if you ever wanted to download basically like a project or like basically download a file. So now when we click on this, we'll download quote, we'll do download, and then we'll be able to open this and then it'll be there. So let's say that we wanted to then open up, make a new quote, we'll generate a new quote. And then now we have this one. But let's say that we wanted to just download the quote card, download to, and now it's this one. So we'll do another one. Let's see if we can get like a cooler one, like a different color. Yeah, okay. So download this quote card, download this one. Check it out. So now it's there. This is super cool. So like we have this on hover effect. We have a download function. We have our Lambda firing off to DynamoDB to update it. We have really, really, really clean UI. So again, like look at how dynamic this is. So like it's completely responsive, very, very, very clean. It has a glassomorphic effect. And we have, again, a really, really, really nice front end that's super responsive. So this is like probably one of like the best types of projects that you could build for your portfolio or for your company, because you're going to be able to really like show that you understand how all of this stuff works. So I do just want to diagram this stuff out again, just because I think it's helpful. I'm just going to move this over to the side for a second. Okay. So where's screen brush? Okay, cool. All right, we're going to go back to this. Okay. So the way that this is working is that this is Lambda. So every time that Lambda works and runs its function, it's going to then update a Dynamo the object +1. So this is that event-driven architecture. So event-driven architecture in AWS. So as something happens in Lambda, we're then updating something in DynamoDB. Oh, I realized that it's actually getting cut off. I'm just gonna move that for a second. Okay. Yeah, I just want to. I want to actually kind of like redo that because I think it lost a lot of the the momentum of that. Okay. So what is happening here is that this is Lambda firing off to DynamoDB. And remember, DynamoDB is our database. So database. And just so you know, it's a NoSQL database. It's super fast, lightning fast. It's for like social media platforms. It's for, medias. It's for like lots of users accessing lots of data. Super great. And then Lambda is our serverless architecture. So whenever we are calling Lambda, so the part about Lambda is that it's only pay per use. So instead of you paying a lot of money to access a really expensive server and running it all the time, you only use Lambda when you need to. So every time that we call this function, it's going to run, and you see how fast it is, right? Super blazingly fast. Then it's going to run Lambda, and then it's going to then update DynamoDB, which is super cool. Now, this specific thing, we're using a query. Oh no, did I lose? Did I lose it? Oh no. Okay. Oh, there we go. Okay, cool. Whew. Okay. So this is a query through AppSync, and we use GraphQL to do this. And what GraphQL does is it allows a public user to then access this event-driven architecture pattern, and then people can access it from any time. So then when we press make with quote, we're generating, so this is a loading pattern, and then what just happened is that Lambda created this base 64 string, and then TypeScript is decoding that image. So when you run this Lambda, right, so query goes to GraphQL, Lambda's doing its thing with DynamoDB, but then it's creating this base 64 encoded string to get this image. And then this is how we get this awesome image here. Is because it's getting the string, we then decode the string, and then that's an image that we can use as an image. And then we can like do anything that we want with it. We can download it, we can copy it, we can share it, we can, you know, save it for later. And all of this is happening without anything happening really on the client side, other than just rendering a response back. So this is a really great way to make sure that your scripts are running in a server and they're not running client side, because if it's running client side, that's susceptible to users intercepting it. They could manipulate certain elements of it before it goes back to the database. So you really want to make sure that you separate your client from your server. And that's what Lambda is a really great way to use. And GraphQL with AppSync allows you to create these public queries where users don't necessarily have to be logged in, but they get access to certain elements of your API. So this is super cool. And again, just to make sure that we know why this is working. So this is IAM. And we use this as a way of identity and access management to basically track who has access to this query and this AppSync abilities for using GraphQL. Yeah. So that's pretty much the build. So yeah, this was super awesome showing this build with you all. I just want to say like major thank you to everybody that was like following along live. This was super fun. I had an absolute blast. Yeah, this is crazy. We were like streaming for 5 hours, it's actually 5 hours and 46 minutes. So it's almost 6 hours. This is absolutely crazy. So I hope that this is really helpful for anybody that's looking to get into cloud, get into projects. Please let me know if there's any other types of projects that you'd be interested in learning about, or you'd want me to feature. I'd love to know what you all think. And with that, I will probably go to sleep. But yeah, in the meantime, please subscribe to the TechStack Playbook. If you liked this episode, if you got any value out of it, please share it with anyone that you think might want to practice this project or learn about these different tools. We learned so much. We learned about IAM, AppSync, GraphQL, TypeScript, styled components, AWS Lambda, Sharp, what else? Node fetch. We learned about base 64, encoded strings. We learned about type guards, type safety, NextJS, using really fast serverless event-driven architectures. So many things, so many things. So again, thanks to everybody who tuned in for the live stream and stayed on. I know there's quite a number of you that were actually like following along live. So thanks so much for following along, and please be sure to like and subscribe to this video and to the channel. That will help like me and like my channel immensely. So thanks so much in advance. And yeah, let me know in the comments below what you want me to build next. I'm like super excited to be actually doing more of these live streams and builds. So with that, hope you all have a great day, afternoon, evening, wherever you are in the world. And I will see you next time. All right. Thanks, everybody. Bye.